All right, guys. Today is CPI inflation data day. Expectations for that data are 4.4% on the month, 3.1% on the year, 0.4%. Oh man. Oh. Let me know what you guys think the number's gonna show up in chat. All right. You can see Nvidia is still sitting at around 870. Tesla almost back up to 180. My Apple trade's going really well. My Apple trade very green. Google, we remember we did bought Google a couple days ago as well. That one's doing really nicely too. So yeah, all these trades are going well. What's up, Arif, Beach Bum, Diego? What's up, team? Oracle doing me really well today. I forgot about Oracle. I'm holding Oracle. All right, I'm going to put this banner up on the screen. 0.4% is what's expected for CPI today. 0.4%. I'm going to put this up on screen as well. I'm going to put this banner up. Remember, I am terrible at this stuff, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about anything and everything I say. All right. Let me switch my headphones out here, man. CPI data is coming in at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. But listening to music on my phone. But yeah, Tesla up today. Let me switch out my headphones here. Alright, let me get some music playing in the background. Whoa. Did something just come on the music? I don't know. Let me see. It says it's connected. Alright. Bluetooth. We're good. Do I exit out of... Bruh. The problem with having so many freaking monitors, dude, is that you run out of, like, I'm trying to manage this whole thing, but I got AI going off in the background. Exit out of this. We did get funded in our 30K. I'll show you the combine. So I'm in an LLC on this account. Hold on. Let me show you. I'm trying to exit out. I got so many freaking things I'm playing with in the background here on CPI day. I don't want to mess with. Okay, we'll leave that up. Or actually, we'll exit out of that because we're probably gonna open this up again. Same thing with this one too. We're gonna get this one out the way for now. Pull this one up. Get this one out the way for now too, just to save space on the computer. Alright, so again, CPI data drops at 8:30. Let me get some music rolling here. I gotta switch my headphones out. These headphones are weird sounding. They don't sound right. I don't know why these headphones can never work on my computer, but for whatever reason they just can't. Let me... Alright, let me share this. Alright, let me know if you can hear the music. You should be able to. What's up, Mo, Shoulder, Sam, Sakal, Game. Alberto, Lucas, Kevin, Joseph, Chad, Diego, Didi. What's up, team? Can hear? All right, good. CPI expected at 0.4%. It's 0.4% month over month and 3.1% year over year. All right. There's the CPI expectations. Why Mayor and Riot are coming down while Bitcoin is going up? Well, because it's not a perfect thing. Like, Bitcoin's, not really breaking highs anymore. One of the nuances of this latest Bitcoin run is the halving, right? If you don't know what the halving means, it means that miners are going to earn 50% less in mining Bitcoin, after the halving. And historically into these, it's run up a big amount. That's why Bitcoin's running in price, right? And so, there is that factor to it where miners are going to earn less. Maybe that's why. What about CPI data on core dollar pairs? Well, inflation data wise, there's going to be a positive correlation most likely. If inflation comes in hot, the dollar will probably run, and vice versa. So it just depends on what happens with inflation. First time in your channel. What's up, Emmanuel? Sucks that when Biddy was at 60K last time. Right, Mayor, we're flying high at 80. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be a perfect... it's not going to be that easy to predict, brother. We got to, All right, so we got 2.5 hours. Or 2 hours and 5 minutes. Yeah, my coffee hasn't cooled down yet. I'm waiting for it. Again, my Apple trade going really, really well. My Apple trade going really, really well. We bought apples, dip. And Apple up to almost 174. My Google trade going really well also. Check out this Google trade, right? So here's a Google swing trade that I got involved with. Like you can look at it on a daily chart. I mean, I trade Google a lot. You can kind of see. I'm green on all of them. If you read all of them, I'm green on all of them, right? But this latest one. Oh wait, this is a weekly chart. This latest one, here's a daily chart. Yeah, here's a daily chart. So this latest one, we bought 75 shares at literally the bottom. We got in right at the bottom here on Google, and then we've slowly been scaling out. Google's now up to almost 140, and so we bought it way down here, a week ago and rode the bounce back up. We're still holding a little piece of it now. You know, so that trade's going nice. We'll take it. That's a green trade. We had to be patient for it, but we'll take it. Baba. We bought a little bit of Alibaba, doing a very similar swing trade where we started to buy it down here. You can see we kind of scaled in down here, started selling up here, and now it's at 76. So now it's up here again, and so we're green on the last one as well. That one's nice. Oracle. We're only in a couple shares left of Oracle, but it's doing nice. Palantir's doing well. PayPal doing nice. Snapchat. Snapchat, a very similar trade. You know, we had this huge gap down and dip. We ended up adding some size to it. You can see we started adding down here at around 11s, 10s. Now it's up to 12s. And we've got a nice little average there. Just kind of showing you some of my swing trades. They're all doing pretty well. We built up a decent amount of profit on the year already, and so I'll take it. Very good year so far. We can look at Mara and Riot. Yeah, I mean, it's no surprise they're ripping up. Give me good inflation numbers. Help me fund this trip. Hey, good luck, bro. Have you ever tried V60 coffees? I'm assuming you mean like they have like the bulletproof coffee with what's it called? What's the butter called? We have some of it here. We use it. It's called ghee. We drink some of that sometimes. My coffee, like, I'm not a sweets person with coffee. Like, my whole family likes sweets with coffee. But, like, I'm not a sweets person. I don't like sweets in the morning. Sweets in the morning give me a stomach ache. And I think coffee's healthy for you if you don't drink a bunch of sweets with it. You know, like, waking up for your first thing every day and packing yourself full of, like, artificial sugars and stuff is just terrible for you. Like, if that's the first thing you're consuming when you get up is a bunch of artificial sugars and coffee and making your coffee super sweet, like, people have gotten talked into that, tricked into that. That's a dumb thing. Like, I'm sorry, it's just dumb. Like again, coffee is actually pretty good for you if you don't put a bunch of crap in it. And the bitterness is what wakes you up. I like the bitterness. The bitterness is what wakes me up, you know. Yeah. Oh yeah, guys, I went out in jiu-jitsu yesterday, dude. I actually went out. It was funny. I volunteered to be the coach's instructor. So, and we were doing like bow and arrow chokes, which are really rough, like really rough chokes. They're blood chokes too. So it's like with a strangle or something, you can listen to yourself breathe and be like, okay, I can breathe. I'm good, right? Well, this was not like that. So I was the coach's dummy when we were doing an instructional, and I volunteered to be it too. Anyways, so I'm sitting there, and the coach is doing his thing, you know, and I think I tapped, but it wasn't in time. So even though the coach let me go, I still went out, you know. And I remember I heard like reggae in my head. Like I heard like reggae music in my head. And so I'm sitting there like partying in my head. And then I feel somebody kind of like sit me up and be like, yo, John, wake up, wake up. And I was like, oh snap, did I go out? Did I go out? They were like, yeah, you were snoring with your eyes open, you know? And so I woke up. I was super weirded out, but I also kind of laughed at it. Like I laughed at myself. It was weird. I heard reggae music. Well, and they said that's a common thing. That's the first time I've been out the entire time I've done jiu-jitsu. Never been out before. And so it was a fun experience, but man, reggae music, man. I started hearing like a party in my head, you know. Yeah, that's kind of how it was. Look, the way they explained blood chokes to me is that if you start to see this, tap, you know? You're like, you better tap. But it was funny, man. It was funny. Today's not trash day. V60 is a method of making coffee like AeroPress to extract different notes. Very nice. It's expected to be higher. Yeah, I was like snoring with my eyes open, you know. It was only for a second, and so look, in jiu-jitsu it happens. It's kind of the name of the game with jiu-jitsu, man. Like, you're gonna accidentally go out once at least, especially with the chokes we were learning. What do you think about central banks' record buying gold since 21, especially CCP? I don't know. I think gold is one of the best long-term inflation hedges, and so I think it's understandable to buy gold. I think gold's one of the best long-term inflation hedges. People hate on it. I'm in gold right now, but it's one of the best long-term inflation hedges you can get. If you look at it, gold. People underestimate gold because of like crypto. I think crypto makes people underestimate gold and all that stuff, right? But the reality of it is, gold is one of the best long-term inflation hedges you can get. If you look back at history, okay, like we could isolate right now as an example here. We pull up gold, right? Here's gold. Here's gold. We put a long-term chart up. We look at where gold was in 2000. All right, gold was at about, we could call it 300. You know, we could also call it 150 or 250, but we'll call it 300 just to be safe. Okay, so gold was at about 300 in 2000. All right, 300. So gold has gone from 300 to 2200. So from 300 to 2200 is where gold has gotten to. Gold has gone up over 7x. It's gone up over 600% since 2000. 600%. You know, that's pretty good returns. You know, if we look at the average return, that's 600%, right? 600% over what, 24 years? So that makes an average per year gain of 24, or no, 600 divided by 24. That gives us a 25% average yearly return for gold. 25%. 25%. Now, what do you think is better, the stock market or gold? You know, long term. Again, we can argue about which one's better, and I understand that argument. But again, it's gone up on average since 2000, 25% a year. That's crazy good returns. And so I think people understand this. Crypto's great. It doesn't have to be one or the other, you know. But 25% average return since 2000 per year, annual return 25%. That's very good. That's very good. And it's really a little bit more than this, actually. It's really about 6. What is it? It's about 6. It's a little bit more than this, but still, 25% makes it easy. That's solid. Was the huge Nvidia flush a setup for CPI today? I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. We'll have to wait for CPI to come out. You never really know what these reports are going to show. So the market is getting ready for a pullback if gold is popping. Gold's been popping, though, you know. And gold's not really popping this morning. Gold's dipping today. Gold was at almost 2200. It's at 2180s now. Gold's been popping if we look at it. Gold's been up over the last, the last 2 weeks. Gold has been really running. Like, gold has been ripping up. And again, I'm in gold. I'm glad to see it. I like gold. I want it to go up, but still. What was he saying about Meta? How's Meta doing here? Meta, honestly, crazy returns too. You know, it's been the year of crazy returns, man. Meta's gone from 174 to 506 this year. So, like, if we look at, like, percentages here, it's some of the craziest percentages in tech. Like, the reason people keep saying it's a bubble, right? Like, Meta in the last 52 weeks. Meta since March of last year has gone from, like, based off of the current price, not even the highs, has gone up 178%. 178% over the last 52 weeks, the last year. 178% for Meta. Crazy returns. Google. All right. Google has gone from $90 to $139. So Google has gone up 54% in this period of time, in the last 52 weeks. Microsoft has gone 245. Really, it's about 246. Do my math here. To about 405. Microsoft has gone up 65% in the last 52 weeks. Nvidia, of course, let's talk about Nvidia. Nvidia is the crazier one. Nvidia has gone from 223 all the way up to 850. It's higher than this now. It's really at 870s, right? Yeah, let's call it 873. So Nvidia has gone up 292% in the last 52 weeks. Just craziness here. Just craziness. Again, the question is, do they hold? You know, the real question, what they really need, not just holding, their income needs to catch up to these price valuations, because a lot of these have really high PE ratios. Let me check some of these now, though. It's been a minute since I've looked at, like, Google PE ratios. It's been a minute since I looked at Apple PE ratios. Oh, let me look at Apple one more time regarding percentages. Apple's up less, right? Which is why I started buying into it. I'm still holding a piece of it because Apple is up less. So Apple has gone from 148 to 173 roughly. It's a little bit higher than that now, but that's okay. So yeah, Apple is up, you know, a humble 17% on the year. And when Apple's underperforming at 17% gains in the last 52 weeks, you know the market's crazy right now. But again, let's take a look at some of this stuff. So again, I'm going to look at Google's PE ratio. All right, PE doesn't seem that bad, but so it says it's 24, a PE ratio of 24. I'm going to look at the calendar myself and tally it up personally. All right, so let's take a look. So Google, and Google at about 140. All right, but yeah, Google 164 plus 155 plus 144 plus 117 equals 580. And then we do 139 divided by 5.8. So yeah, 24 is the PE ratio. So that's correct. 24 is the PE ratio for Google. That's not that bad, bro. Google actually has a pretty solid PE ratio, all things considered here, especially when you consider their gains. So Google, what this means though is that their earnings have it. Like, people are so upset about tech's rises, right? Like, people are so upset about tech's rises. They're so upset about Nvidia and AI and all these different things. But what people fail to mention is that earnings have increased to justify them to a certain extent. Now, I'm not saying it's fully justified because this tech move is huge. What I'm saying is that, like, Google's PE ratio, its price to earnings, like how much it's bringing in versus where it's currently priced, is not obscenely high. It's pretty reasonable. 24 is a pretty good PE ratio, all things considered. It's what you might look at if you want to invest. Again, I'm not telling you to invest in Google. I like Google personally. I'm in Google. I'm green in Google. But, you know, I'm not saying there's no risks, but I think Google's got a low PE ratio, and, like, the price is somewhat justified based off all this stuff. We can look at Microsoft as well here. Let's take a look. Here's Microsoft. Microsoft is, again, one of the crazier moves in AI. Microsoft, let's tally this one up. 293. 299. And I can see their earnings increase over the last year and a half. 269 plus 245. Yeah, so Microsoft 11 yearly PE. 11.06. 11.06. Microsoft's PE ratio is 37. I mean, it's not obscenely bad. I mean, I'm not going to say it's great, but it's not like super horrible. It's not like, oh man, this thing's just super bubble territory. It's just not like that. It's again, I don't think this is a bad PE ratio, especially right now with inflation and all this stuff. MindMed. MNMD. Hey, MindMed, yeah, which is psilocybin company. Well, I think they're all benefiting from AI is what people have to understand. Like, these companies are all benefiting from AI in a deep way. Like, these companies are all benefiting from AI, you know? Alright, we got 320 people watching already. 340. Is StreamYard lagging, or do we really have this many people here? Hey, we do, I guess. What's up, team? Alright, let's do a poll. I don't think I've done one yet. What's the poll? Does CPI come in hot or cold? We'll just do high or lower. Alright, so vote on the poll. Let me know what you think, how you feel. Intel's interesting. It's a chip company. I don't know why I chose a possessive apostrophe S for John's cool, but we're going to just say cool is a thing that John possesses here today. Bad English, but that's all right. Your screen resolution is not good to read. People always get like, look, let me teach you about the internet, okay? Like, let me teach you about the internet. Like, this is John's internet tutorial here today, all right? All right. So if you're watching a live stream, okay, because a lot of people just do not understand this. If you're watching a live stream, all right, and your screen is blurry, it's not the person running the live stream's fault. It's your internet's fault, okay? I can't control your internet, brother. That has nothing to do with me if your screen's blurry. If your screen's blurry, fix your internet, bro. That's all I'm saying. You know, you can also adjust your screen resolution if you want. But people come at me like, hey, bro, your stream's blurry. It's like, dude, look at your internet, bro. I get this comment at least twice a day. People are upset at me because their internet's bad. It's like, dude, listen. Can't do nothing about it. All right. Hey, Chad, I got a question. How many people do you see on this live stream right now? When I'm looking at YouTube, it says I've got 350 people here. Like, look. When I look on YouTube, it says I got 350 people here. Look. 350 people watching. Right? When I look on StreamYard, it says 250 people. Okay, 251. Okay, that's more reasonable. Yeah. All right, gotcha. Man, I'm waking up early today, bro. The haters are out, man. I mean, listen. It's all right. Let it out. Look, we had somebody leave a comment today. Wake up before you work. People are so bad, dude. Like, people get so upset, man. Like, number one, this person's watching a replay of a live stream from yesterday morning at 4:30 in the morning, and they're getting upset that I'm tired in the morning and that I got to drink coffee. You can't please the internet, guys. That's all I'm saying. You can't please the internet. Intel, I think Intel's interesting. Intel's been pulling back too, and so I don't know. AI has caused a lot of crazy runs in chip stocks like Intel. Intel's got to have a very large float. No, let me see. Intel's not historically a stock I've invested in. Yeah, so they've got 4.23 billion shares in the float for Intel. So Intel does have a very large float. Their PE ratio right now is like in the hundreds, I think, though. Let me calculate it myself regarding Intel's PE ratio. Because some places are showing it's in like the hundreds. You know, and I don't know if that's true or not. Let's see. 54 plus 41. Oh, wait. I can't even calculate the PE ratio. Because it has a negative PE ratio. So it lost money in April of last year. I mean, I can try to calculate it. 0.41 plus 0.13 minus 0.04. All right, so yearly PE is about 104. 104 for Intel. They are currently priced at what, 44 or 45 bucks. That gives it a P ratio of about 45. About 45 PE ratio for Intel. I mean, it's not terrible. It's not good, but it's not terrible. Lots of hate could mean fear for Red Day. I'm in Baba right now. I'm green on Baba. I haven't bought more, but I'm green on it. And the accused to hit 450 today and then 400 by Friday. Hey, we'll see, brother. Yeah, do me a favor, slap that like button, hit the subscribe button. We appreciate it. But yeah, Intel trying. What are you guys buying right now? Does CPI tank or help the market? Again, 0.4% is what's expected. 0.4%, chat. Again, if we look at NVIDIA, chat, NVIDIA is all the way up to 874. So we got the NASDAQ here. Watching it. What happens if it goes higher than 0.4%? Market probably tanks. Good morning. Best place to be in the morning. Thank you, John, for your quick CPI reports. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I heard about Marvel. Oracle also released earnings and is up a lot. I'll probably take some profit in Oracle. I'm in it right now. I'm in Oracle at $99 a share. 99 bucks a share. I've made hundreds of dollars from this Oracle trade. I've already scaled out of a lot of it. And yeah, we're still kind of watching it. I'm in it right now. I'll probably take more profit off at the open. But for now, we're sitting in it. Yeah, it's been really easy to make money with all this stuff going on. I feel like it's a trap. Maybe. UK inflation under 2% in 2 months. Can't. Yeah, we'll see. bought Nvidia calls. Good luck. I'm waiting for the dip in Palantir. I like Intel for the next 4 to 5 years. Yeah, I mean, the PE ratio is a little high for Intel, personally. But, I mean, if you're looking for chip stocks, it might be an option for sure. Palantir. Palantir's had a great run. I'm in Palantir right now, too. My average price in Palantir is 1990s. I actually had a better average price than this. So what happened is I bought Palantir at 16s pre-earnings. Rode the run up. Sold a little bit, but I didn't sell all of the position. But for whatever reason, when I sold, it influenced my average price of holdings. And so now my average price is 19s. But I've been in it really since 16s, but it's up to 25 right now. So very nice percentage gains there for Palantir. I'll probably just stay in it, I think. I don't think that's one of the ones I'm going to sell. Again, I'm still waiting to be green in Tesla. I'm in Tesla right now. I've been holding Tesla. I'm still waiting for myself to be green. We're mostly flat now. I've been able to effectively scale out of Apple, Google. I'm still holding pieces and positions in those companies, but the one, like, I'm in Tesla right now. It's not a huge size though. I think I did take some size off higher. Wow, dude. I'm just now reading this pawn about the Boeing thing, man. That's scary, dude. I'm in Boeing right now, bro. Now I'm questioning whether I should hold it. Ooh, that's sketch. That's sketchy, dude. Bro, they're not playing. Wow, dude. Yeah, it's scary for Boeing. Anyways, NASDAQ up a little bit to 18.3 thousand. What are we looking at? This pre-market? It might be bullish. Yeah, I don't know. All right, guys, we got 320 people here already. Not even 7 a.m. yet. Why would you sell? I mean, listen, Mark, it doesn't have anything to do with me not believing in those companies. Like, you have to understand my mentality of trading. All right. My mentality of trading is this. When I buy something, if I'm up significant in anything, I'm usually taking some of it off. I'm not really one of those people who has diamond hands in a lot of different positions. Now, I'm holding a lot of good positions right now, but they're smaller positions because there's less risk. Like with long term, I can hold less. Okay, so Microsoft, again, let me give you some average prices that I'm holding right now. Microsoft, very small size. I'm holding from 312s in Microsoft. It's up to 406. I am up 30, roughly 30% on this trade. Roughly 30%. I'm really a little bit more than 30%, but that's okay. I'm up roughly 30% on Microsoft right now on this trade. Oracle, I'm holding at 99s. From 99s, it's at 130 basically right now. Palantir, again, I'm holding from 19s, it's at 25, really from 16s. PayPal, I'm holding from 51s, it's at 60 plus. Snapchat, I'm holding from 10s, it's at almost 12. I'm down in snow, but basically flat. I'm already scaled out of snow, mostly. Let me see what else. Tyson Foods, I'm holding from 51s. It's at basically 56s. I'm in Boeing. I'm down. Alibaba, I'm in at 72s. It's at almost 77s. Citigroup, I'm in at 42. It's at almost 60. Chewy, I'm in at 16s. It's at almost, it's at 18s. Delta Airlines, I'm in at 39s. It's at 42s. Disney, I'm in at 90. It's at almost 113 right now. Etsy, I'm in at 83s. It's at 72, so I'm down a little bit there. Ford, I am in at 11s. It's at 12s. GameStop, I'm in at 14s. I'm down a little bit. Google, I'm in at 134s. It's at almost 140. Home Depot, I'm in at 292s. It's at 371s. So great percentage returns here on Home Depot. Very small size in a lot of these, though. Why is the size small? Because most of the time what I do is I'll buy a company. If it goes up a lot, like these percentages, I'll take profit off of it because I can. And then I'll sit on the rest. So like I'll take some profit off and then I'll let the rest sit. I'll let the rest just kind of make money. And so I hope that makes sense, right? So like it's not like I'm selling all of my positions, but I'm protecting my trades. That way, if any of these turn against me, I'm going to be break even on a lot of them. I'm going to have plenty of room to do whatever I want to do. And that's just the way I trade. I'm more risk averse that way. What do you think about Baba? I'm in Alibaba right now. I'm green on it. Again, we're in at 72s. It's at almost 77. So we bought Baba a few days ago after the earnings dip and sat on it. I'm in Boeing as well, but it's a very small size of Boeing, and I don't know if I want to add size back to it yet. I worried the market went up before CPI came out. Nobody seems worried. Yeah, because it's not as easy as saying, hey, the market's up, CPI is going to do this, right? Like, we have to know what the numbers are going to be before we know what markets are going to do. Like, whether the market's up, down, or sideways ahead of CPI is going to have very little edge in predicting outcome on what might happen. Like, we could look at it, but it's just not something that we're really going to have some type of big thing. Again, CPI expected at 0.4%, chat. 0.4%. We'll see what happens. Positive or negative for the US dollar? It depends on what inflation. If inflation comes in high, the market will probably, or the dollar will probably go up with it. Because again, you got to understand, like, more inflation means more spending, right? That's better for the dollar. Less inflation means less spending. It's worse for the dollar. So inflation lower, make the dollar drop. Inflation higher, make the dollar go up. There's going to be a positive correlation, most likely, with the Dixie and inflation data. Most likely. A wise man told me to buy a bunch of Baba at $66 a share. That wise man was me. Hey, well, good job, bro. Do you think Tesla gets over 190 anytime soon, chat? Tesla over 190 anytime soon? Let me know. Nvidia dropping. Yeah, Nvidia dipping down under the 868 level. Look at this dip right here. So it is dipping down. We did get funded. Again, we did get funded on our Apex account. So we did get funded. The largest account we've ever been funded on. Check it out. I got my certificate. I gotta like, look, I'm gonna take a picture of this and I'm gonna, it's my business name. And so I gotta, like, I got this certificate, but it's my business name, and so I gotta bleep this out because I don't want people to know my business name. But still, you love to see it. Check this out. Go away, epic pin. Dang, bro. Alright, sorry guys, hold on. Yeah, check it out. Again, I'm gonna have to bleep this out. But check me out. I'm gonna make a video about this too, sometime soon. But look at me. $300,000 in funding. $300,000 in funding. I'll take it. 300K funded account. Biggest account ever. Biggest account ever. I should have it sometime over the next few days. But you love to see it. You love to see it. We'll take it. Yeah, I think I'm going to get out of Boeing here. I don't like Boeing anymore. I think I've made money on the trade overall, but I'm going to get out. I'm not trying to mess with that. So, we're going to kindly exit Boeing and not worry about it. We're still very green on the day. We're up about 120 bucks today. Does Nvidia bounce up to highs again? Yes or no, chat? Let me know in the chat. Does Nvidia bounce up to highs again? Let me know. Yeah, and again, if you want to join me on Apex, again, you can use, to get the max discount, just use my promo code BT. You get 71% off, and you get resets for only 35 bucks. Incredibly powerful right now. Again, you get 71% off. The big thing is resets. Like, the reason I was able to get funded in $300,000, because typically, if you want to buy the $300,000 challenge, it's 200 bucks roughly. Right, with the 71% discount, it's roughly 200 bucks. But for the time being, up until tomorrow, I think tomorrow's Wednesday, up until the end of tomorrow, all universal resets are only 35 bucks. You know, and so you can basically buy the largest one, which I did, and keep on trading it and resetting it. If you lose, resetting it for only 35 bucks, way cheaper than it would normally cost. And so, yeah, that's how we were able to get funded. I had to reset like once or twice, but the last run we built up 10K in profit. I live streamed it yesterday, and we did pretty good, bro. We did pretty good. Let me show you my graph from this, if it'll let me. Hold on, let me try to find it. Like, there is a graph I could show you guys. I wish there was a better chart. There's got to be a better way to look at this chart. Oh, there is. Okay, I didn't even know that I could do this. Okay, cool. Donald Duck, the GOAT. Yeah, I don't know how to use these freaking charts, bro. This is 29. I'm pretty sure I built up some profit though, right? On my actual performance account. Yeah, so we're up in our PA. Okay, dope. Haven't really traded our other one, but yeah, basically we got funding. I can't get it to pull up my chart. Let me see if I can do it on Quant Tower. I can probably show you guys on Quant Tower. Man, look at Nvidia dip to 860s, guys. 860s, Nvidia falling. Yo, bump that like button, hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. I appreciate it. It's still pretty early for CPI day, but Mara popping. Where's Bitcoin at right now? Bitcoin up to 72.5s. Tesla trying as well. Tesla up to 180s, but Bitcoin, again, Mara Riot have been pulling back with everything. Why you gotta be like that, NVIDIA? Yeah. Let me sign the signatures here for this. All right, so I got Quant Tower up. I want to show you guys my progress in this 300K combine. You saw it yesterday. I have a very specific system, right? But one of the things that is incredibly powerful that I'm realizing here, chat, is what's powerful is micros. Like being able on Apex to trade a bunch of micros in your account is incredibly useful. Incredibly useful. Here is my run. Here is my run to get funded on the 300K challenge on Apex. Right, this is a little off. Like we made 20K, and I showed you my certificate earlier, but this is my P&L throughout this period. We had a 3.23 to 1 win-loss ratio yesterday. You know, you can see we made about $900 yesterday to get funded. We only needed about $900. Again, the last 7 days is all it took to get funded. And yeah, this is us. So again, we made it. We built up 20K in profit. We had about a 3.23 to 1 win-loss ratio. We see the NASDAQ, NVIDIA start to break down here. So NASDAQ, NVIDIA starting to break down. Tesla breaking down a little bit. This is mostly getting driven by microchips falling. NVIDIA down to 866. It's mostly flat, which is not a crazy surprise considering today we do have inflation data coming out. And so during inflation data, you know, weeks, a lot of the time leading up to the actual report, markets are stagnant and flat just because traders, investors are more apprehensive to get in big size ahead of economic data that might influence their positions. And so most of the time we're flat and choppy, and yesterday was no exception to that. We were mostly flat and choppy. You know, I got to question how good a trading strategy around that nuance of big economic reports would be. You know, typically ahead of CPI especially, the market's very flat. And so I wonder if you could get into a trade system in which you kind of like bet on sideways action. So you shorted it at the top of these, you bought it towards the bottom, and you just rode, you know, these dips, bounces, dips, bounces, dips, and leading into the inflation report, right? Because again, a lot of the time for these reports, the market can be really stagnant and flat. And so I'm wondering if that would actually work. What do you guys think? If CPI increases, the dollar will increase or decrease. Probably increase. Shall we sell gold? I don't know. Should you? Nicholas, you've been trying the same up dog comment for years, bro. Let me give it to you, dude. Nicholas. What's up, dog? You're welcome, bro. Okay. Listen, I'm a big Office family here. Like we're a big The Office family. Like we love The Office show here. My wife got me into it. My daughter loves it. My son loves The Office. We all love The Office here. Okay. I would never really truly fall for that, but like you're trying so hard. I'm just gonna go ahead and give it to you. You're welcome. Okay. What are your thoughts on the TT ban? Got me. Hey, you got me. Nick, you got me, bro. You got me, dude. What are your thoughts on the TT ban? I don't think they should ban it personally. You know, I've got a lot of friends that are like, I know we have a Vietnamese friend. Her name is Julie. I'm saying that because she cooks the greatest food ever. The green Vietnamese cake. I don't even know what it's called, but it's so good, man. It's so good. It's like the Jello cake. But she runs like she has like a very big TikTok, you know, and I would hate to see her lose that. Like that would, you know, but yeah, outside of that, I don't really have a big one myself. Like I don't have a big TikTok myself, you know, I don't really post there very much. It's too short form for me. I'm not the biggest short form person, but Beats Bears Battlestar Galactica. That's right. 3 Bs. I know you play mostly in big caps, but do you have any opinion on Tupperware stock? Tupperware is just so highly manipulated, Courtney. Like, it's sketchy sometimes, man. It got pumped and dumped over the last year, and so I don't trust it at all. It went from 61 cents to like $6 back down to $1. And so it's just manipulated right now. The problem with Tupperware is very simple. Okay, like the problem with Tupperware's business in general is very simple. Who cares if it's the brand Tupperware? You know, Like, okay, Kleenex is the same way, right? But Kleenexes and other off brands are roughly the same price. Tupperware is way more expensive than its generic counterpart. That's the problem with Tupperware, is that, like, number one, you question whether the business in general for Tupperware needs to be a public company. That's the first thing, right? Like its own standalone public company. That's kind of strange, number one. So it's not a surprise it's failing. Number two, it's too vulnerable to competition, you know? Like, every grocery store is going to have their own brand of this. And, like, that's not good for Tupperware long term. And so what it has to rely on, it looks like, at least over the last year, is just manipulation, pump and dumps, all that stuff. Maybe it works out for you. I hope it does. I'm not against it. It's not like I want it to fail, but I'm skeptical of it. And I've been this way for, you know, ever since I saw the pump and dump earlier this year. I'm skeptical. Yeah, I feel you. I get it. You know, how would you develop a program to chase sideways market stops and puts? I think it would actually be a pretty easy program risk reward rise, right? Because you got such a polarized level to attack here. So, like, you develop a level like this, like, you could just draw the highs and lows, and any, like, big percentage break over or under these levels could just cause you to cut it, you know. But I'd probably create one in which I would start to scale in within a percentage here, and within a percentage here, and, you know, if it breaks a percentage over this, you cut it. If it breaks a percentage under this, you cut it. And you just look to short at the top, cover at the bottom on big economic days ahead of the data, like before the data comes out. I don't know. I just cut my Boeing trade franchise. Okay, I like Boeing long term, and I think Boeing is a very successful company, and I don't think there's a lot of competition. I know Airbus has some competition for them, but I don't think there's a lot of it, personally. And so Boeing is down big since 2019. It was almost $500 a share. It's at 190s now, or where is it? Yeah, it's at 190s now. And so I actually like Boeing. I think Boeing's going to go up long term, but with all the inside stuff going on with the company, I don't trust it right now. I don't trust, you know, the problem when you have big, like, bad news that drops is that you can have really big pullbacks, really big corrections. And so in terms of safety, I'll just cut the trade and I'll wait and see if we find it better. And I think you know, to be fair, I think I'll probably lose out on making money on this one, but just risk terms, I don't know if I could justify the risk of holding it right now. Maybe later. We'll see if it settles down a little bit and the news and stuff settles down. And remember, I certainly don't want anybody to copy me. Remember, I'm not an investment professional. I'm not liable if you lose. Always make your own assessment, trade responsibly. Don't copy me. Don't sue me. Not an investment professional. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Does this person know the business? What business? Binary options are scams, Dev. They're straight up scams. All right, most of the time, like, they're just straight up scams, right? And I'll tell you why they're scams, okay? Like, you get a lot of people that are, like, trying to sell you binary options. They're mostly trying to make affiliate money. But the problem with binary options is this, okay? Is that your risk reward. They say, hey, look, we'll make it really easy, you know? It's either right or wrong, you know? Join my binary option trading program or whatever it is, right? The problem is that the cost of making it easy is that you're going to consistently have worse than 1-to-1 reward to risk ratios. And so you bet $100. They'll say, hey, you bet $100. If you win, you know, or you lose, you lose. It's that easy. You know, the problem is that your risk reward ratio is consistently less than 1-to-1 in binary options. And so if you bet $100 and you lose, you're out your full $100, right? You bet $100 and win, you make $85, right? So you really got a 0.85 to 1 reward to risk ratio. That's setting people up for failure. It's sleazy. Like, it's not like, if you want to learn to trade, you don't need to do that. Like, learn regular options, learn regular stocks, learn regular shares. You know what I mean? Learn derivatives if you like stuff like that. Like, learn more other types of derivatives outside of those, because again, those are just setting you up to fail. Like, worse than 1-to-1 reward to risk consistently is just you know, they're just hoping new traders that don't know any better sign up and buy and like get involved with it. That's all it really is. Yeah, definitely top 3 of the top 3 list of top 3 all-time traders in the world right now. Francis, thanks so much, man. I appreciate the $10, bro. Gold going up. I hope so. I'm in gold. I hope it goes up. I'm a gold bull. You know, I'm bullish on gold. I've always have been. Gold, again, if you look at gold, we calculated this earlier. Okay, if you look at gold, right? Gold is roughly at $2,200. It was at $300 in 2000. Okay, so gold has gone up 7x. So it's gone up 600% plus. 600% since 2000. All right. Now you divide that's 24 years. All right, so gold has given you an average gain per year of 25%. That's crazy good returns, man. Crazy good returns. People can hate on gold. They can act like gold's not good and that gold or whatever, or that it's not a good investment. But gold, on average, yearly returns since 2000 has been 25%. 25%. What does that mean? That means every 4 years you're going to double your money with gold. On average, right? It doesn't mean it's exact. It's not going to be perfect. And gold, now I've said positive things. I'll say bad things now. Or I'll say some other less favorable things. The problem with gold is that it's volatile and it's a long-term hold. And so if you want to get these type of returns, you got to hold it long-term. It's not something where you could buy it for a year or two and just hope to make 50%. You gotta be in it for the long haul, through the ups and downs, to get these type of returns in it. So it's not as easy as like, hey, I'm gonna buy this in 2 years, make 50%. I wish it was, but gold is too volatile. So long term, it might play out to pay out on average 25% a year, but short term, it's volatile. Yeah, CPI drops at 8:30. At 8:30. So again, just for my people outside the U.S., we had what's called daylight savings time. So right now in the U.S., it's not 8:20. It is 7:20. So we still have an hour and 10 minutes until CPI data comes out. An hour and 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about compounding, V. I'm talking about how much has gold gone up since 2000. Like, we could always induce compounding. Like, look, okay, so gold, in terms of gains, right? Like, say you invested, I'm trying to think of how I'd write this formula on the chart. I know I'm going to do it the easy way. Say you invested 50K into gold. All right, say you invested 50K into gold in 2000. All right, 50K into gold into 2000, right? And again, we know since 2000, it's earned on average 0.25%. Or no, I'm sorry, it's earned on average since 2000, 25% a year. So, I guess I could do it like this. Could I do it like this to get the same thing? I'm going to try, all right? Is that right? All right, so 1.5 million is what it says here. My formula might be off, but like, let me try it regularly. So 50,000 times 1.25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. No, that can't be right. Is that right with compounding? This is telling me it's 8.5 million with compounding. That can't be right. Okay, so look, we took $50,000 invested into gold in 2000. Now compounding it would be 50 times 1.25. So it's 50 times 50K plus 25% a year. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, if that includes compounding, if it's 8 to 10 million with compounding, that's crazy returns. But I can't imagine it is. But compounding is one of the wonders of the world, according to Warren Buffett. Compounding would just be taking your gains and adding it back to it, but I'm compounding 25% returns per year in gold. Gold has like 6 to 7% return, not 25%. Well, no. So look, so gold, I'm adding 25% to gold every year, and then, you know, we're taking 25% a year from that. This is what we're compounding, guys, just to put it into perspective. All right, so again, gold in 2000 was $300. All right, it was $300 in 2000. Gold since 2000, right now gold is at $2,200, right? So we divide this by $300 where it was in 2000, and gold has gone up 7.3x. This is roughly 600%. But whenever you have a multiple, you subtract it by 1 to get the percentage, right? So 7.3 would be minus 1, and it would be 600. So it's up 600% roughly. It's up a little bit more than 600% actually. So it's up 600% since 2000. All right, that's 24 years ago. So we just divide it by 24, and you get the average yearly return over a 24-year period. And gold is 25%. Average yearly return in gold. And so again, people hate on gold. They talk about gold, but like gold has had one of the best returns since 2000. Again, 25% average. Yes, JB. Compound works better when you live to be Warren Buffett. Yeah, I mean, good day to you, sir. Average. Yeah, I mean, I'm just talking about how much. I'm using the average gain over the last 24 years, so it's a little bit. I'm not going to say it's misleading, but gold's not always going to perform that well, and I understand that for sure. If it continues to perform that well, it's a great return, but we'll see. Do you think dollar's gonna buy? I don't know. Hoping that Nvidia dip was liquidity grab. What's up, G? Yeah, Nvidia down to 870s again, but it did bounce back up a little bit from the dip. A lot of people got nervous on that pullback. Will CPI report be enough to crash the market? I mean, it could. You gonna take any CPI trades? Probably. I mean, again, yesterday we got funded in our $300,000 challenge account. So yesterday we got funded in our 300K account. Largest account we've ever been funded in. I'm excited for it. We're gonna activate that today. What? Okay, yeah, we're gonna activate it today. See, what's crazy is that in the $300,000 funded account, I can take up to 350 micro contracts. All right, so we went ahead and sign that. Huge. I have 4, I believe. Yes, no, I mean, listen. Kay says the equation you were trying to do was 50,000 times 0.25%. I mean, I understand, like, look, like, you're talking about this, okay? So again, you're talking about 50K with an average return of 0.25% a year, right? So again, you're talking about 50K
times 0.25%, which would be a yearly return of about 12.5K times 24, right? Which gives you 300,000, right? I understand that, right? I understand that trade. That's 25% a year. Okay, I understand that math, right? What I was trying to do was add compounding to it. Okay, so what I mean by that is like, okay, so say you got 50,000, and you're trying to add compounding to it, which means that, like, okay, after the first year you're gonna make 50,000 times 1.25. So your 50K after the first year is gonna turn into 62.5K, right? And then you're gonna take 25% from that number instead. After the second year, it's gonna turn into 78,000, and then you're gonna take 25% from that number instead of the 50K. And so over the years, compounding makes those gains much more than just taking 25% from 50K, right? Like it's a compound formula, not just adding 25% to it, but it's adding 25% of the new number, not 50K over and over again, right? With compounding, it makes it much more interesting. With gold is what I'm trying to say, you know. Hey, a lot of people think CPI drops right now. It doesn't. All right, CPI, we had daylight savings time, and so we are an hour behind where we were prior to March 10th. And so now it is 7:30 in the morning. It is 7:30 in the morning. We still have an hour before CPI drops. An hour before CPI drops. Nvidia 1,000 by Friday. We'll see, man. We'll see. Wow, you're live very often? Well, we stream. Trading economics is wrong, Jay. Trading economics is certainly wrong. Without question. Yeah, all good, Kay. No worries. Again, it's a compound formula, is what it is. If compound at 25% over 24 years, it will be 2 unlevered times the actual price. Yeah, I'm showing it something like this, 1.7 or 8 million. Yeah, I mean that's what I originally got. So like, look, 10.5 thousand, right? That's the formula I originally got. Again, I'm trying to move on from this, but like, look, 50K times a compounding yearly gain of 25% a year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. There's your number. Same number you got right there. Who was doing this with me? Where'd he go? Yeah, Han. Han says if compound at 25% over 24 years, it'll be 211 times the original price. So look, here's 10.5. Here's 50K times 211, 10.5, right? Same thing. Anyways, moving on. Nvidia at 870s, NASDAQ at 18.3 thousand. Yeah, I think y'all are right. Again, I think I probably shouldn't use compounding there, but it's all good, guys. Like I said, I'm trying to move on from that. Gold has given you about 25% average return since 2000, Rick. That's what originally got me in this thing. But anyways, again, we're gonna move on from this. Again, and I'm not even look. Gold was at $300 in 2000. It's now at $2,200. That's roughly 600% return since 2000. All right, 600% return divided by 24, which is how many years it's been since 2000, gives you roughly 25% a year is the math there. Anyways, Google back up to almost 140s. Tesla's still sitting at 179s. Don't know if I'll get my UFC 4 bout in. You got to get that UFC 5, brother. Yeah, what does real estate appreciate? Roughly 5% a year. What's the average return for real estate? Yeah, so the average increase in home value per year over the past 3 decades is around 4%. Around 4%. So, real estate is about the same as bonds. The value of real estate in like rental properties though is different because like again, you got to think about it in terms of like, okay, you buy a rental property, you earn cash flow each month, and then your house price should appreciate on that scale of 4% a year on average. I don't know what CPI is going to do. It might go up or down. Math checks out, but would go up for another 24 years. I don't know. Again, that's why I'm saying it's a little bit flawed logic, but again, it's all good. I'm going to move on from the gold one. Yeah, commercial real estate absolutely tanking right now. Again, CPI expected to show up at 0.4%. Where's the guy that told me for sure CPI was going to drop 4 minutes ago? Chat, where's the guy? Where'd he go? Weird how he just kind of disappears after saying he knew it. Again, subscribe to the channel, chat. Subscribe to the channel. You're welcome. Okay. We do what we got to do here. You're welcome. Google up to almost 140. Again, CPI is interesting. Inflation data is incredibly relevant for markets. Okay. CPI, just to put this all into perspective. All right. Just to show you where we're at macroeconomics wise. All right. So the Federal Reserve in 2020, the economy was at risk. We had the pandemic. The Federal Reserve had to do something to help the economy because, again, the economy was at risk. We had the pandemic. People weren't working. People were panicking. And so the Fed stepped in. And, the Federal Reserve is kind of like the bank of all banks in the country. It polices the other banks. It creates policies regarding other banks. It makes rate decisions, stuff like that. Anyways, the central bank stepped in and did what's called quantitative easing, which means they came in and they basically bought a bunch of bonds. They injected money into the economy, and they ultimately reduced interest rates to consumers as well. And the whole job of quantitative easing is to try to reduce interest rates, inject liquidity into the market, save a struggling market is why the Fed does that. So they stepped in 2020 and did quantitative easing. They sent out stimulus checks. They reduced the federal funds rate. And when you reduce the federal funds rate, that's the rate that banks charge each other to loan money overnight, the interest rate they charge each other. But that eventually trickles into all the other interest rates. And so the Fed reducing the federal funds rate is essentially the Fed trying to reduce interest rates to consumers. And again, the reason the Fed steps in and does this, as well as other, quantitative easing, as well as stimulus checks, is because they're trying to save the economy. If the economy is struggling really deeply, the Fed can step in, bring interest rates down to consumers. And when the average person is spending less, as an example, in mortgage payments, right? If you're only paying $1,000 in a mortgage payment versus $3,000 or $4,000 when interest rates are really high, you're going to have a lot more money to spend on other things, right? Thus, it stimulates the economy. It injects liquidity into the market. It stimulates the economy. It allows consumers in the economy to thrive a little bit easier. That's what the Fed does in terms of reducing interest rates. Quantitative easing, which is, again, them coming in, expanding their balance sheet, injecting liquidity into the market, allowing other banks to reduce interest rates to consumers is really the logic there, is that when they do quantitative easing, they inject liquidity. It allows banks' margins to be better. They can reduce interest rates to consumers, and then consumers over time eventually pay less in interest universally. Anyways, so that's called quantitative easing, right? That is called a dovish Fed, a less restrictive monetary policy Fed. Again, what's called dovish or less restrictive in terms of interest rates and monetary policy. But again, one of the consequences of that decision making, of them kind of propping up the economy, injecting liquidity into it, reducing interest rates to consumers, one of the consequences is that consumers spend more money. Right? When consumers spend more money, what happens? Prices go up. Again, Rolex prices doubled. Bernard Arnault, the owner of Louis Vuitton, Hennessy, he's very rich now, very wealthy. He was always very rich, but his net worth improved. Prices for groceries, prices for gas, prices for everything went up through this period of a dovish Fed. Because again, when people spend more, businesses raise prices. That's just the natural effect of it. If I'm selling popsicles outside and every time I come through, people are buying up all my popsicles. I'm sold out every day. I don't have enough supply. What am I going to do? Well, I could get more popsicles, number one, but I can also raise the price of the popsicles. just as an example, right? Because I can. My popsicles are selling out. I can raise the price of them. And thus, inflation happens over more spending. Anyways, so again, over the last 4 years, we have been in a period of inflation, high inflation, inflation risks in which the market fears inflation. And the Federal Reserve has been doing the best to go to the other side of that. They did the quantitative easing. They did the money printing. They did the stimulus checks. They did the reducing rates part in 2020. And they also did this in 2008 in the mortgage disaster as well. But again, the consequence of that was that prices shot up. Inflation got up to almost 9% in 2021 and 2022. And the Fed had to go the other side of policy, which is called a hawkish Fed. They're a restrictive monetary policy in which they are trying to bring interest rates up. They raise the federal funds rate. Rate hikes is what they're called. Again, they also do what's called quantitative tightening, which most of the time it's passive, meaning they don't actually directly sell bonds. They just let their current holdings mature and expire and run off their balance sheet, and they just don't buy anymore. And again, what this does is this hurts bank liquidity and ultimately makes banks eventually raise interest rates to consumers. They can also raise rate hike and do all this stuff. Again, it's called quantitative tightening, is when they let their current holdings run off their balance sheet. And again, all of this stuff contributes to higher interest rates to consumers. And again, the logic on the other end of that is that if consumers are spending more money in a mortgage, they're going to have less money to spend on other things. And this over time does bring prices back down to earth, reduces inflation. And that's what we're in right now. We're in a period of quantitative tightening in which the Fed is consistently not really buying bonds, not really injecting liquidity, and they're letting their current bond holdings mature and expire and run off their balance sheet. And we don't know when it's going to stop. The Fed has been in a period of pausing rate hikes, so they're not raising rates. They're not trying to bring interest rates up anymore. They're not trying to bring them down yet either, which is a rate cut, and that's what we're expecting sometime this year, is from the Fed to pivot from, again, a hawkish stance to a more dovish stance with a rate cut. I don't think it's going to be in March, but with all of that said, all of that macroeconomic stuff said, the question now is, when does the Fed pivot to cutting rates? And one of the influences to that is inflation data today. Inflation data today will influence the Fed in a lot of different ways in terms of when they choose to cut rates, when they choose to start bringing interest rates back down to earth. And if you're a mortgage or real estate professional and you want to know when interest rates are going to start going down, you got to wait for the Fed to pivot out of quantitative tightening. You got to wait for the Fed to go more dovish, start cutting rates. That's going to bring interest rates down to consumers eventually. But there is a lagging effect with all of that stuff. It takes time to affect everything. So with today's inflation report, again, higher inflation is going to signal less soon rate cuts. So the higher the inflation number is today, the less likely the Fed is to start cutting rates anytime soon. Now, a lot of people, with next week's FOMC meeting, a lot of people are expecting them to cut rates this month. I don't think it's going to happen. I think it's going to be June or July or longer than that before we start cutting rates. But all of this stuff has to do with what the current inflation data shows, right? Now, the Fed doesn't really use CPI as much. The Fed actually uses one called PCE, the personal consumption expenditure. Core PCE is the relevant one they look at, but CPI is still a very highly watched inflation metric that we should pay attention to. Anyways, I wasn't saying Tesla was averaging 25%. Okay, so going from $300 to $2,200 is 633%. All right, so we've gone 633% up from gold since 2000. We divide that by 24 years, which is how many years it's been since 2000, and that gives you an average yearly return of about 25%. I just use 600 as an example just to keep it clean. That'll give you an average yearly return over the last 24 years of 25%. I'm not really going to argue about that. If you're arguing about that, again, we're just gonna move on. Now maybe you're doing compounding or something, but I don't know. Bro, where gold go? Your view? I don't know where gold goes. Here's gold right now. Gold is down to 2170s. 2170s. John, you were right the first time. I know, man. You know those problems that they're trying to farm engagement, so they say, hey, they give you some super complex math formula, and everybody in the comments thinks they know the answer. That's what this feels like. In what way, Yair? What way is my math wrong, bro? No more gold. Gold people show up during inflation data, bro. You see it a lot. Gold people, they show up. They're here. Boeing. I got out of Boeing this morning. We'll see what happens. Again, Tesla almost up to 180s. I'm in Tesla right now. Google at 139.70s. Nvidia is still at 870s right now. Nvidia, people are so like scared of this little pullback here, and I'm not. Maybe it's not a little pullback, but man, for a stock that's gone up crazy percentages. Again, the last 52 weeks, Nvidia has gone up. Let's look at the percentages here. Again, from 223s all the way up to, we'll call it 870 right now. So Nvidia on the last 52 weeks is up 290%. Crazy gains here. I don't think this pullback from 970s is the end of the world. It's still up almost 300%. And it needs to pull back. It needs to dip. Yeah, but it's 24 years. And here, it's all good, bro. Like I said, it's all good, man. Again, the percentage increase in gold since 2000 is going from 300. Look, let me use a calculator here that's not me, okay? All right, so look, percentage-wise. All right, like this is why like people argue about stuff they don't know. 300, which is where gold was in 2000, to 2200 gives you a gain of 633%. All right, so gold has gone up 633% since 2000. All right, sheesh, man. All right, 633%. Okay, the percentage return since 2000. Divided by the amount of years it's been since 2024 equals about 26%. All right. SoFi will pump and dump. I'm in SoFi right now. I hope it goes up. I hope it goes up. This is not using compounding. Compounding, it would be much more than that. I've already done it with compounding, Yair. It's not arguable, bro. I'm not gonna keep arguing about it, man. Yeah, adjusting the value to inflation might be interesting. The CPI news affect all forex pairs major. It'll probably affect most major things. CPI, very big report. Like, this will affect the markets a lot. And so, CPI is one of the most influential reports. Even though the Fed doesn't really use it that much, CPI will still be pretty relevant for everything. It'll probably move NVIDIA, other stuff too. Yes, so you reduce one, Yair. To get the hundreds percentage, you reduce one and make it 633%. Look, again, I'm not going to argue about it. Again, maybe you guys are right. Again, it's taking up too much of my CPI stream. How do you think CPI will affect the dollar? I think positive CPI, higher CPI will make the dollar and the Dixie goes up. Very good for dollar. Yeah, I think it'll go up. CPI is 0.7%. It's expected at 0.4%. What are your thoughts on Oracle? Yeah, maybe my math is wrong. Again, I don't know. It's taking up too much of the stream, though. We'll talk about it later. Music is awesome. Thanks, Chris. I'm in Oracle right now. I got lucky and bought Oracle. I got lucky and bought Oracle at $99. It's at 130. It had really good earnings. I wasn't really holding Oracle for earnings, and I bought Oracle. I'm trying to see when I bought it. Oracle, we got in Oracle in December. So I bought Oracle in December, on December 13th at $99.35. It's currently at like 130s. So really good percentage returns there. CPI comes out in 40 minutes roughly, about 37 minutes. So yeah, Oracle helping me out a lot. Again, we're almost at 130. ADM, yeah. So we still have 37 minutes, roughly 40 minutes. High CPI is bad for markets. It's definitely not good. Hey, John, ideally, if data comes in higher, how would indexes and gold respond? Negatively, for sure. Okay, look. So I asked Chat GPT this as well, right? Just to try to end this. So if the total increase over 24 years was 600%, the average return per year would be the total increase divided by the number of years, average return per year, 25%. Now, ChatGPT could be wrong, again, but would Bitcoin pump higher with CPI numbers? Not with high CPI. It depends on where people flood to. If people flood to Bitcoin, it's possible. But, I don't know. Bitcoin is less predictable in that way. Bitcoin can move well with economic market weakness, or Bitcoin can move positive from economic market weakness. Bitcoin can be an inflation hedge, or Bitcoin can be positive correlation with markets in general, right? So it depends. It varies. Then that would be a neutral reading, John. Marriage is good. You just got to marry the right person, bro. Like again, I don't know. I think marriage is one of those things where people I think sometimes the people involved don't do it for the right reasons. I think that if you have one of those people that like wants this big, crazy, huge wedding, where they want these massive weddings with all this pressure, and they turn into a bridezilla, and they think that it has to be like this crazy event. Like, I think typically the odds that those people stay together are very low, because I think that shows unrealistic expectations for just marriage in general. Marriage life is hard. It's boring. The couples that end up staying together, it's tough, man. Marriage is work. I've been with Carol for 14 years. Like, it's work. It's not easy. The people who end up working it out are people that stay with each other and are loyal to each other regardless of life's pressures, which get very high, of course. Life gets tough, right? The people that end up making it work are people who stay together through all those things, where it's not based on money, it's not based on anything like that. It's purely based on, the love you got for the other person. John's relationship advice, you're welcome. Top 3 in the world for sure. Yeah, Carol and I got together whenever I had nothing. I had no money, nothing. Working at a bartender, no savings, nothing. And so over time we've kind of grown together, and that's a fun thing to watch and look back on. Yeah, Carol and I got married at the courthouse. We got married at the courthouse. And again, we've been together for 14 years now, married for over 10. So shout out to Carol. Top 3 wives in the world right now for me, definitely top 3. All right, guys, get ready here. Again, inflation date is coming soon. Let me know what you guys think. It should be a fun day. Yeah, I got Carol's first ring from a pawn shop. I'm expecting a 500-point day. Yeah, that's the joke, Han. ARM tanking today. I'm in ARM right now. I'm in Oracle. I don't know what I want to do with Oracle. I think I'll stay in it. I'm up such a big percentage in it, though. What's the name of the sound? The sound? What's the name of the sound? I don't know. Should have done my Oracle 150 at the open. I'm not sure. Let me know what you want. Again, I don't know. I don't know if you should or not. Do y'all like the music? We got a lot of compliments on the music today. Sounds like people like it. We appreciate it. Yeah, this is all like lo-fi hip-hop playlists that I've had since... Man, I've had this playlist for years. It's an old playlist, but it's a good one, you know. All right, guys. Hey, we got 30 minutes before inflation data drops. 30 minutes. I can tell you the name of the song. The last song was called... Hold on, let me find it. I got you. The last song was called Stars Like Me by Damma Beats. D-A-M-M-A-B-E-A-T-Z. Damma Beats, Stars Like Me. This one's called Ride With Colors by Damma Beats. Will AMC ever come back, guys? That's the question. Will AMC ever come back? ADM at 57s. Bro, listen to me. Yeah. Like, I want you guys to understand something. This person's obviously like sending bots out. Like, do you want to trust like a YouTuber that has to send bots to other people's channels? I certainly wouldn't, man. You know, like you're trying to trust somebody to trade and watch you trade that has to go out and send bots to other people's YouTube channels to try to grow. It's got to be one of the sleaziest things you could ever do. Good day to you, sir. Higher CPI and a tighter Fed means bad for business. Yeah, but we don't know if the Fed's going to be tighter. I mean, ultimately it means higher interest rates for longer, for sure, Rob. Like, it ultimately just means interest rates might stay high for long. Again, I know I'm a real estate agent personally. Like, I'm a licensed agent here. I don't really do a lot of business because, you know, I make money in other ways, but I have my license, and I know a lot of real estate agents and mortgage people that are just freaking struggling right now, bro. They're just straight up freaking struggling right now. And people that are struggling make dumb decisions, dude. I've met a lot of people over the past year or two that are struggling from real estate. They're struggling in like mortgages, and they just make some terrible decisions. Usually, like, what they do is they find me and they see me doing well, and they try to latch on to me as much as they can. You know, it gets to be really weird, man. It makes you not trust people because they like, you know, in The Office where if anybody knows The Office, you know how Andy, when he first meets Michael, he tries to like personality mirror Michael. Like, he tries to act exactly like Michael acts to make Michael like him more, like mirror his personality, right? Like, you see a lot of that, and it's so transparent and obvious. It's like, bro, you know, like, stop it. You know, it's obvious. And again, I don't know, like, some people just think they're trickier than they are. But it's just so transparent, man. And again, it's hard to be friends with people like that because you know their intentions aren't good. You know they're looking for somebody to prop them up, and I'm just not trying to do that. The only people I'm propping up are my family, you know. Yeah, don't make important decisions stressed, for sure. Again, let me know your predictions for CPI. I'm going to go with, listen, prior to the last one, I got the last one wrong. The 4 before that I got right. I have no edge in predicting these, though. Generally, just no freaking edge. I'm just getting really lucky. But I'm going to go with 0.3% today. I'm going to go with 0.3% for inflation data, month-over-month CPI. 0.3% is what I'm going to go for today. Give me your predictions out in chat. What do you guys think inflation data month-to-month is going to show up as? Bear, bull. Give me your percentages. 0.5. 0.5, 0.1. 0.4% is what's expected. I see a lot of 0.5s, though. A lot of people wanted to come in high. Really? Y'all want it to be higher than expected? Why? 0.4. Yeah, I'm gonna go with 0.3. 0.4, 0.4, 0.2 to 0.6. I hope you're right, bro. Me too, man. I'm not sure. Again, this is just a straight up guess, though. And so I really have no idea. This is just a straight up guess. I think the Fed just wants to look accurate, so 0.4. Yeah. We still got 30 minutes, basically, until this data drops here, chat. So we still got a long time. And then Friday is PPI data. So today is CPI. Friday is PPI. We want discounts? Hey, we'll see. 0.3% sounds good. It does sound good. I hope we get it. But we want 100x buy or sell. Gold? I don't even want to talk about gold anymore. I got so many people arguing me about gold. It maybe I'm wrong, but ChatGPT says I'm right. You know? Hot CPI. Fiat is a scam. Dump silver. Is Boeing a trap? I got out Boeing earlier this morning. I don't trust it. There's a lot of stuff. Is your stream delayed? No, not really. I mean, there might be. There's always going to be a little delay in anybody's stream, no matter who it is. But I don't know. I got out of Boeing. I just don't trust it. Would you fly on a new Dreamliner? I don't like flying at all. I'm scared of heights. I'm scared of heights. So again, I don't like flying at all. I'm scared of heights. The last time I flew on United Airlines, this happened. All right, this is the last time I flew. Okay. My wife, I'm scared of heights. So leading into it, I'm like, yo, I don't want to fly. I don't like flying. I don't want to fly. All right. I'm like, yo, I don't want to fly. I don't like flying. I don't want to fly. Carol's like, look, we're going to fly. Everything's going to be fine, John. Like, just deal with it, basically. Like, everything's going to be fine. Just watch. Just watch and wait. Everything's going to be all good. All right, so we go get on the plane. And I think I was going to, like, New Orleans or somewhere. And we go get on the plane. And halfway through the freaking flight, you start to see like it was really steam, but to me it looked like smoke. You know, to me personally it looked like smoke, but it was actually steam, right? But at the time I'm like, oh snap, the plane is smoking. The oxygen masks dropped down, and they're like, please put your oxygen masks on. And so I'm sitting there like bug-eyed, looking at my wife like, how dare you make me get on this freaking plane, dude? Just upset. I got a picture of me somewhere here too. I think I've showed people this before, but I'll try to show it to y'all again. But yeah. Look, check it out.
Why is...
Look, I'll show you. But yeah, and so anyways, apparently it was some type of like sealant problem. Yeah, honestly, I'm not like, I know my fear of flying is unreasonable as well, right? I know my fear of flying is unreasonable. Like, look, just to show you this, okay? Like, look.
private Bush Air.
Yeah, so hold on, let me mute the music here so I can find it. But yeah, this happened. 20 minutes, guys. 20 minutes before CPI data drops. Look, here it is. All right. Let me turn the music off. This was actually from the flight. Like, this was from the flight. Like, look at this.
And it was terrifying.
Tried to stay calm, but really deep down I was kind of like, man, like, just want to get back to our kids and get back.
Carol got interviewed by United Airlines.
Carol London says the plane had reached cruising altitude and the flight attendants had just started beverage service when...
Yeah, dude, that happened to me. Honestly, I never believed in the law of attraction more than I did in that moment. I swear, dude. I'm sitting there like, I've done this. I'm sitting there like, yo, this is my fault. You know? Have you seen the new airplane models? Where the passenger? No. Yeah. It's your fault 100%. Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying, man. Look, it's me. You know. Anyways, guys, we got 1,500 people here. We got inflation data dropping at 18%. Is there going to be a video stream from the Fed? No, so this is just CPI inflation data. $19 minutes. Yeah, I still use Chart Prime. Chart Prime's still pretty solid. I use it pretty much every day, or I try to at least. Again, we got funded at a $300,000 account. So $300,000 in funding here, chat, is what we got. And again, if you haven't already, check out Chart Prime. But like, check it out, dude. We got funded. We got 1,500 people here. Yeah, so if we take compounding with gold, it's actually 8.45%. So I think y'all might have actually been right. Y'all were right. I was wrong. Y'all are smart. I'm dumb. Y'all are very attractive. Or no, wait, what is it? Y'all are very good looking and I'm not attractive. What's the quote? It's from Happy Gilmore, I think, right? But so the CAGR is the one I should have been using. Y'all are correct. Imagine trading gold anyway. I've traded gold before. Is 1,500 in chat a lot for you? No, not really. When CPI drops, we'll have over 3,000 or so. During NVIDIA earnings, we had 14,000 concurrent viewers. No, you're not dumb. 1.5 people watching you and you're not watching us. Yeah, I'm really trolly. And so... Anyways. NVIDIA at 869. So I'm going to put up like the queue here. Yeah, definitely top 3 dumbest. No, I definitely don't have Bloomberg Terminal. I don't think you need Bloomberg Terminal anymore. You really don't, I don't think. I mean, you get data quickly. I'm not against Bloomberg. I think Bloomberg's a great service. I just don't think you need it. I mean, it depends on how much money you have, and if it's a write-off for your business, I mean, live your life, do what you got to do. You know, if you got to spend $20K a month, or what is it, $20K a year on Bloomberg, if it's a write-off, like, I'm not mad, you know? Like, I'm really not. Like, do what you do, live your life, write off what you got to write off, yeah, it's all good. All right, chat. Hey, we got 16 minutes, about 16 minutes left, 15 minutes really. Again, if you want to check out Apex, Apex has this crazy good sale going on right now. If you don't know what I mean by this, so Apex right now has 71% off all their packages, right? And the good part about Apex, why I like Apex right now, is because they have, number one, here's the easiest way to put it. You can get packages from 25,000 all the way up to 300,000, right? And I just got funded in this $300,000 one. The big reason you want to use Apex is because you can buy as many micros as you need. Like, you can buy on the $300,000 one I just got funded on, I can buy up to 350 micros. The biggest problem with most people day trading futures is that the sizing's too big. You buy the NASDAQ, that thing is moving. Like, it moves so quickly, people get stopped out, they lose a bunch of money. On Apex, you can hedge against that, or you can limit that risk in taking micro positions and micros instead of the regular E-mini. You could buy the micro E-mini instead of the regular NASDAQ. You could buy the micro NASDAQ E-mini. And again, that's what I did to get funded on the largest one. So micros helped me get funded on the largest one here. And for the time being, it's really useful because right now it's 71% off all of these packages. But all resets are universally $35 right now. That's a crazy good deal because I can buy this $300,000 one, which I did. So where if you pass this challenge, they give you a demo, they test your skill. If you can pass the challenge, they fund you the same amount. This one's $300,000 in funding. I just have to activate it. But I passed it using micros, and in the futures market, I can day trade essentially the Q price action. I can day trade gold. I can day trade the S&P 500. There's no PDT rule, and again, Apex is paid out over $100 million in actual payouts for their funded traders. But again, I passed this challenge using micros. Like, again, I passed this challenge using micros. Here's the $300,000 one I got funded in. I passed it using purely micros, because I can buy a bunch of micros, and what it does is it lowers my sizing, so I'm not getting stopped out all the time. So I'm not close to hitting my max loss. I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but I think for the time being, like, the $300,000 one costs $200, but it only costs $35 to reset it. So if you pay that $200 once, you can reset it until you get funded for only $35, and I think that's very useful. They're a sponsor of mine, though, of course. I'm biased because they pay me money. Remember, I am terrible at this stuff, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about everything I say. Don't copy me. Not an investment professional. But if you want to check out Apex, remember to use promo code BT. Beginner Trading BT. CPI will drop in about 12 minutes, chat. 12 minutes. We got about 2,000 people here live. Nah, the reset sale's still going on, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it all ends tomorrow evening. Yeah, so here's the countdown right here. So you see, it counts down. We got 1 day, 8 hours, 41 minutes. So tomorrow evening. Bro, what the news does wrong is the news just, like, listen, it's the same thing. Like, okay, if you have a website, you can't pump it with so many ads that it hurts the user experience. You know, I'm definitely top 3 most ads ever in a YouTube channel in the world right now. But when you go to a website and you can't get around the website because they pack it full of so many AdSense ads, it's just not what you want to do, you know. Yeah, Apex, you can trade gold. Again, you can check out the link right there. 60%, it's 90%. You get to keep 90%. Yeah, it's a monthly subscription. Again, if you want the full discount, just use promo code BT, Beginner Trading. You'll get the max discount they offer right now. Apple's starting to run up. We are in Apple as well here. All right, chat, we got 10 minutes here. 10 minutes. Can y'all? Yeah, y'all can hear the music now. Okay, good. Again, we got 11 minutes here, really. Look at the Q pop up. So the Q over the 200 EMA volume weighted average price. Gold breaking down at 2170s. What happens if it's above 1%? So again, 0.4% is what's expected. 0.4%. I'm going to go with 0.3% guess. Month over month CPI data. Again, I might be wrong here. I'm going to go with 0.3% though. I hope I'm right. That means lower than expected. Core CPI expected, chat. Let's put this up. All right, 0.4% is what's expected month over month. 3.1% is what's expected on the year. Let me put this up on screen. Okay, I got it on screen. All right, cool. Again, this data is going to come out at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's in about 9 minutes here, chat. 9 minutes. Again, I might be wildly wrong. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about CPI. It's just a straight up guess. You guys ready? We get inflation data coming out live. We got 2,000 people here. We still got 10 minutes or so until the data drops. 10 minutes. Give me your last minute predictions out in chat. Again, if you don't know what we're in right now, the Fed is in a period of quantitative tightening, a hawkish Fed. They're trying to bring interest rates up still to reduce inflation, to get inflation close to the 2% goal over time. Right now, you can see inflation is currently sitting at around 3%, sometimes over, sometimes under, depending on which inflation metric we're looking at. But again, inflation sitting right around 3% right now. They want it down to 2%. 2% is the inflation goal over time. And so we have to look at inflation under that lens. Again, the Fed is still in a hawkish phase where they are raising interest rates to consumers. They're trying to discourage spending. They've been pausing rate hikes. So they haven't actually been raising the federal funds rate, but they're still in a period of quantitative tightening, reducing their balance sheet, trying to take away liquidity from markets so that interest rates go, or so that inflation is under control and interest rates don't go down. And so, again, if you want to know when interest rates are going to start to drop, mortgages and all that stuff, you get an NBA 30-year mortgage at 7 or 8%. If you want to know when those are going to start to go down, you got to wait for interest rates in general to go down. And that's when the Fed pivots out of its quantitative tightening period and goes more what's called dovish, less restrictive monetary policy. Again, inflation problems are going to be a big concern for that, though. And so the inflation report today is very relevant for all this stuff. Like, we want to know what inflation is going to be. We want to know how bad inflation is going to be. And if the worse inflation is, the less likely the Fed's going to pivot out of that quantitative tightening, out of that phase in which they're restrictive in monetary policy, where they're tightening monetary policy. We want to know when they're going to pivot out of that, and inflation data is relevant. Again, they want it at 2%. It's roughly at 3% right now, and that's the way you got to look at it. So we'll see what happens here, chat. Let me know when you guys think we're going to cut rates. I'm going to go with June. I've been saying June for months. I'm going to go with June. But we do have the next FOMC meeting next month, or next week. So next week we got the Fed meeting. It's possible that they cut rates that meeting, but I think it's very unlikely. Again, the probabilities of a cut next week are 3%. So 3% probability of a cut, just not very likely. It could happen. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's just not super likely. Yeah, I'm using Quant Tower and TOS for stocks, but Quant Tower for futures. All right, guys, inflation data is about to drop. And again, if you want to check out Apex with me, they got their 71% off sale going on right now. Again, use promo code BT Beginner Trading, $35 resets. So again, I got funded in the $300,000 one. I got funded in the $300,000 one. I'm still pretty excited about it, chat. Look at my certificate. Again, I gotta bleep this out because I'm using a business name. But yeah, here's my certificate of funding. I gotta bleep this out, but I'm proud of it, guys. $300,000 in funding, and again, right now, $35 universal resets. So $35 universal resets. And so again, you can take the biggest one like I did, and only $35 to reset. I'm pretty sure it's still going on, although I'd confirm within. Just again, use promo code BT Beginner trading, all one word. But yeah, there's the $300,000 one. We did it on March 11th. So yesterday is when they actually credited us with it. We've already signed the contract. We're waiting to get that now. Live. ARM shooting up right now, apparently, according to Pawn. Yeah. Look at ARM. ARM up to 131. Yeah, it's the largest funded one I've ever done, you know, so I'm pretty pumped about it. Again, if you want to check it out, they are a sponsor. I'm biased, of course, but if you want to check it out, here's the link. Great way to help support your boy here in this channel. We got 5 minutes chat. We got 2,500 people here live. Again, just remember, use promo code BT. Beginner trading, BT. One word. Or 2 letters. I didn't say it's crashing soon. I don't know. I think if we do crash, it's going to be this week or next week. But I don't think we're going to crash. I think what you want to watch, though, to see about a crash is NVIDIA. If we do crash, it's going to be because NVIDIA dips down to like 600 or something crazy like that. And if that happens, that's going to drag the rest of the market down, spark fear and a lot of stuff. And so, again, if you want to know the catalyst for a crash, it's going to be that. All right, if the market crashes, again, remember me saying this. If the market crashes, it's going to be because NVIDIA has some type of massive, like 25% plus correction. If that happens, that will drag markets down into potential correction crash territory if NVIDIA has a massive, massive bump down like that. Again, I'm not saying that's going to happen. It could happen. I don't think it's going to, though. But again, it certainly could. I think what we want to see if you're bullish is you want to see gentle corrections. You want to see mild dips, mild corrections. You don't want to see massive, huge dips of 25, 30% a day. You want to see small pullbacks, consolidation, small pullbacks, consolidation, bounces. That's what you want to see if we want to avoid it. But again, it depends. We got 4 minutes, chat, 4 minutes. Higher is worse. Higher is worse. And so right now the expectations are 0.4%. 0.4% month over month inflation increase. And again, this is how much inflation is going up month to month and year to year, right? But 0.4% is what we are expecting right now. We're expecting 3.1% on the year for CPI data. And that's for regular CPI. Core excludes food and energy. And so if we want to know what we're expecting in that regard here, core is expected at 0.3%. Core CPI year over year is expected at 3.7%. 3.7%. So food and energy prices are still high, but everything else is starting to decrease, which is good. Not decrease in price, but slow is a better word for it. All right, chat, we got 4 minutes here. 4 minutes. Let's do this. We got our... Here, I'm going to throw it in sub-only mode. And so if you haven't already, chat, listen, help me break. We need less than 100 subs to break 130,000 subscribers. So we're going to hit that right now. Oh, no, we already broke it. My bad. Oh, yeah, we're over 130K. Hey, you love to see it. I appreciate the love, guys. Thanks so much. Again, we're going to throw it in sub-only mode regardless. Help me get up to 131K. I'm pushing towards 150K this year. All right, chat. 2 minutes. Hit the live button next to the play button. You want to make sure you're fully caught up on stream as well, chat. We still got 2.5 minutes or so. But hit the live button. Make sure you're fully caught up on stream. Give me your last minute predictions. Again, mine's 0.4%. But again, I'm just guessing, straight up guess. No idea what's going to happen. Don't copy me. Again, I have no idea what's going to happen. All right, here we go, chat. 2 minutes here. 2 minutes. We got over 3,000 people here live. Well, we get 4,000. This guy is always right. Hey, definitely top 3 in the world. Yeah, if y'all don't know, like, a big part of my personality on stream is a huge troll. You get some people that are like, man, this guy's narcissistic. He thinks he's top 3 at everything. I'm obviously being sarcastic. I guess you could call me a trading brat. The trading brat. You know how Phil Hellmuth is the poker brat? I'm the trading brat. You're welcome. You know. When you look this good, it's hard not to, you know, be as humble as I am right now. We got 1.5 minutes left, chat. We got 1.5 minutes left. This timer is a little bit early, but we got about 1.5 minutes left. Again, hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure you're fully caught up on stream. Apple, rip it up. You guys ready? Give me your last minute predictions, chat. We got 1 minute and 15 seconds left. Definitely top 3 in the world right now. Yeah, Isildur. That man was gambling in the early 2000s, bro. It was fun to watch. Less than a minute, chat. Less than a minute. Yeah, I saw the Reddit IPO. It's IPO, I think, next week, right? All right, guys. Less than a minute. Less than a minute. I don't know why I said that like a British person just now. Here, I got gold up. We got the Q up. We got, what else do we want up? We got gold, the Q. I'm going to put Nvidia. See how these affect everything. All right, here we go, chat. 40 seconds, 30 seconds, really. The timer's a little bit early here. So, again, we really have about 30 seconds right now. Hit the live button next to the play button. You can also put it in fast forward mode. Are you streaming it? I mean, I'm streaming the release. 20 seconds, chat. 20 seconds. Hey, thank you, T. Appreciate it. All right, chat. We got almost 4,000 people here. Here it goes right now. We're about to drop right now for this. Whew. All right, here we go. Here's the report. And there's the report. CPI, guys, showed up at 0.4%. 0.4% as expected. 0.4%. Year over year, it came in at 3.2%, so slightly higher than expected on the year. But month over month, it was flat at 0.4%. 0.4% versus 0.4% expected. Core CPI came in at 3.8% on the year, 0.4% on the month. So core CPI a little bit higher than expected. Base CPI as expected at 0.4%, and year over year CPI slightly higher than expected at 3.2%. And so again, what this signals is less of a likelihood of rate cuts. Less of a likelihood of rate cuts. Again, the Q pulling back a little bit on this report. Not a massive dip, though. These were mostly as expected numbers. Gold dipping, Nvidia dipping, Q dipping down a little bit. But again, as expected for the most part, except for the year-over-year readings. Year-over-year readings, again, came in at 3.2% for base CPI versus 3.1% expected. Year-over-year readings for month-over-month, or for core CPI came in at 3.8% versus 3.7%. Base CPI month-over-month came in at 0.4 versus 0.4 as expected, and core CPI month-over-month came in at 0.4 versus 0.3% expected. So that is the readings for the day, guys. Again, slightly higher than expected in core data, and year-over-year data, but everything else was neutral. So mostly neutral report here, chat. Nothing really shocking or super red in territory. Mostly 0.4%, which was what was expected. So again, CPI data coming in as expected, 0.4%. We're going to put this up on screen. I'm going to put the core CPI, or the core data up as well. And then we'll put the year-over-year data up also. But yeah, slightly negative report, I would say. I don't think this is necessarily good. But yeah, here's the reading right here, chat. What do you guys think of this report? Obviously, the market's starting to bounce back a little bit, though. Again, it is mostly a neutral report. Nvidia back up to 870s. What do you guys think? Again, a lot of stuff's dipping, but then rebounded all the way back up here. So, here, let me get ready to day trade. Let me switch out of my funded account. Again, I might trade some micros on this report. Let's get ready. Okay, so we are at our performance account, funded account here on Apex. Remember, the rollover happened this week, guys. So the rollover happened. Let me see where I'm at. This is... Okay, gotcha. So remember, the rollover did happen here, chat. Look at the market rip up, though, here, team. Q up. Nvidia up to 875s here. Weird market, man. Inflation data higher than expected. The market's reacting positively to it here. This is weird. Let's put the NASDAQ up so we can watch what the NASDAQ 100's doing here and maybe day trade some of this report. But very weird here, chat. What's the new report? NQM4? Yeah, so I'm going to use micros here because I can. All right, so here's the NASDAQ. We'll buy the dip if we can, or we could also attack shorts. Look, we'll go ahead and take some positions here. We got one contract here. Nice little bounce. Two contracts. We'll add to it on a dip here. I got to see what I'm at right now, though, for this. Hold on. Counts. Okay, there we are. Okay, so we're completely neutral on this PA. We haven't really traded this one yet. All right, so we're going to start to add on the dips. There we go. All right, took half off, locked it in, protected the trade. See if we get another bounce. Took another half off, locked it in, protected the trade. We'll let the last little one maybe run up a little bit. All right, we're going to just go ahead and cut that. Let me show you what I'm up on the day right now. All right, so we're up like 40 bucks so far. Small little scalps. We'll add on these dips. We got a little cushion here. See if we can help it. The pattern's bullish, but the inflation data is not. All right, we took half of that, locked it in, took some profit, took a little bit more off. We're gonna add back down here. I'm gonna take a little bit off there and lock it in. All right, so we're gonna cut that. So yeah, we are up about 50 bucks right now. So we got a little cushion scalping this move in micros here. Trading micro contracts in our PA funded account. And again, if you haven't already, guys, like I said, check out Apex. We got funded in the $300,000 one. We got $300,000 in funding on a Rhythmic account on Quant Tower. We're waiting to get that one set up. And again, right now, 71% off if you use my promo code BT. We get our trading 71% off, guys. That's a massive discount, but you get the big discount if you use BT. But the big thing is, again, resets are only $35 right now. So the way I got funded in this $300,000 one, again, it costs 200 bucks for the initial payment. But after that, I can reset it for only 35 bucks right now. And so I can keep kind of resetting it if I only pay that $200 once, keep resetting it for 35 bucks until I'm funded. And again, we got funded on it yesterday. Again, for the time being, Apex, again, they're a funded account program. They give you a demo. They test your skill. If you can pass the test, they fund you, and once you're funded, you get a 90% split. If you fail, you're only going to lose what you pay for it, which is a huge benefit because, again, most day traders lose. And so you can put up thousands of dollars yourself trying to look cool, trying to learn to day trade, and probably lose that, or you can try a funded account program, genuinely limit your risk, and they have accounts from 25K up to 300K. Again, the 25K one's like 30 bucks, right? So you can get it for 30 bucks right now. Again, try it. If you fail, you still learn how to trade under pressure. It still teaches you how to trade. And if you're good enough to pass it, you get 90% split anyway. So it's the best of both worlds, just way less risk than putting the money up yourself. And again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. Nobody can. They are a sponsor of mine. I'm biased. But if you want to check them out, here's the code, and you can use my promo code BT. Apple breaking highs. The market's still ripping up, which is very weird on a higher inflation data than expected. Very strange. But I'll take it, honestly. I mean, I'm not mad at this. I'll probably take a little bit more profit here in some of these because I can. But man, I'll take it. Scaling out of a little bit more of Apple here. All right, so yeah, we're out of a little bit more. Just trying to limit our risk here now that we can. We're still in Oracle as well. I'm gonna take a little bit off of Oracle since we're so high up here. Market's still churning up, man. Sometimes the market's nonsensical, and that's it today. I'm okay with it. It's helping my equities trades, but man, what a day. Hey, thanks, Hustle, my guy. Thanks, brother. No, it's not for stocks. It's only for futures. So you can it's only for futures, which again, the NASDAQ is the QQQ price action. So if you look at the Q and the NASDAQ, it's the same thing. But you can day trade this left side in futures, no PDT rule, buy market, sell market, all that good stuff. Very similar to day trading stocks. There's just no PDT rule in futures, and these funded account programs are allowed that limit your risk. If you try to do the same thing in stocks, you're going to have 25K with a margin account to do so freely, and it's just not going to be worth it, in my opinion. But again, I'm not an investment professional, and of course, I'm biased because they pay me money, you know, so I'm biased, of course. How are you buying or selling right now? Because I'm trading futures. It's pre-market. I don't know why the market's going up. I really don't know. Sometimes the market's nonsensical is what's going on here. And again, I don't know. All right, so we did this poll. Yeah, man, you got so many scammers, people asking to send like crypto seed phrases and all this stuff. When does the Fed cut rates? Again, we're going to go with March, June, or March, May, June, or July plus. I'm going to go with either June or July plus. Vote the poll. Apple dipped all the way down. It looks like me taking profit there was the right move. Again, we'll see if we hold gold up to almost 2,200. We're up a little bit in our funded account so far. Again, Google at 139.50s. So Google pulling back a little bit. I'm going to start to take a position here. 2 contracts. Take a little bit off just to protect the trade and see if we continue to get a bounce. I can hold the rest break even here because we're up about 75 on the day. All right, we'll cut it. I mean, I think we can. We're up about 100 on the day now, so that's nice in my PA. Cup and handle kind of breakout pattern here. It's very strange though the market's moving up like this on higher inflation data. But hey, can you please tell me how this news is going to affect silver? The data's already out. Gold most of the time moves macro with markets on stuff like this. So you can see gold's moving up with the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. So they're trending very similar to each other. July plus. Yeah, I think it'll be at least June. I don't think it's going to be earlier than June. And so again, if you want interest rates to go down, you're out of luck, I think. I think this inflation data signals less likelihood of interest rates going down anytime soon this year. The Q moving up. It's at almost 441s, man. Nvidia is bouncing up as well. Nvidia back up to 880. Still trying to get back over 900. I think that's a major milestone level as well. Do you think Powell's testimony last week is having a lagging effect on the along with CPI? No, not really. I'm not sure. Again, this is so higher inflation is worse. What this inflation report showed is higher inflation. Now, this isn't the Fed's preferred metric. The Fed likes to use PCE, personal consumption expenditure. Core PCE is the relevant one, right? So the Fed likes to use PCE. And so that's going to be at the end of this month on like the week of like the 23rd or 24th. And so again, this data showed higher inflation, more expensive, higher prices is what this data showed. Now, it does signal more spending, and that can be good, I guess. But it's very strange that the market reacts this favorably to it. I always try to tell people the same thing, which is that it's impossible to gauge the market's reaction to any economic report. If the market was that easy to make money, everybody would be rich. You know, again, if I could sit around and wait for a company to release good EPS, good sales, and good revenue and guidance, and then just buy it up, I'd be rich, right? Everybody would just sit around waiting for companies to report good earnings and clicking buy. It's just not that easy. It's super nuanced. It's much more difficult than that. And same thing with this inflation report, right? All things considered, this inflation report should make the market go down. Higher inflation, higher prices. That's a very big thing right now, especially in this inflation-fearing, hawkish market and Fed. Higher inflation data is almost universally bad, any way you look at it. Yet inflation data comes out and market rips up. And so, you know, again, it's sometimes the market moves in a nonsensical way. And again, that's the nature of the beast here. Market's about mass psychology. So who cares if Fed cuts rates if market is going up? Well, a lot of people. Again, you got to understand what rates mean. Here, I'm going to take my hood, my jacket off. Again, you got to understand like what this all means. Again, high rates, a high federal funds rate means what, chat? It means higher interest rates to consumers. And so again, people want to buy houses. Like they want to be able to buy things. And again, when interest rates are super high, it's very difficult to get a car loan. It's very difficult to get a mortgage. It's very difficult to get a mortgage that you're paying a reasonable price for. And so, yeah, I mean, a lot of people want higher inflation data, or a lot of people want lower inflation data and a less hawkish Fed. A lot of people want to pivot out of quantitative tightening and into a more dovish Fed, reducing interest rates to consumers, cutting rates, cutting the federal funds rate. But also they want to end quantitative tightening, which means they want the Fed to start buying bonds again and stop letting their current holdings mature and run off their balance sheet. Essentially, they want interest rates to go down. Real estate does, certainly. But again, we have to look at it under the lens of inflation, and inflation's still high. It's over 3%. You know, CPI increase month to month has gone higher than expected today. So again, I don't think this is an optimistic sign if you're in real estate. But higher inflation doesn't mean that people will be moving towards asset classes to meet and beat inflation. I mean, it does, but you know, that's always essentially happening. Like the real move is bonds. So technically, quantitative tightening in theory should make markets go down, right? Like you're trying to discourage spending. When people have less money to spend, they have less money to spend universally on stocks, on everything. But with Nvidia and the craziness of tech over the last year, in these periods and years of a tightening Fed, of a hawkish Fed, and a restrictive monetary policy Fed, the market's been booming. Nvidia's shooting up, breaking highs, tech stocks are running up. And so, you know, markets in general are less predictable in that way. You know, there's always the dynamic of like bonds versus equities. You know, the reason why bonds versus equities are competitive with each other, and there's a lot of the time an inverse correlation between bonds and equities, is because bonds are guaranteed but smaller yield. Equities are higher yield but not guaranteed, right? And so the more people that buy equities, the less people that buy bonds. The more people that buy bonds, the less people that buy equities, because they're basically competitive to each other in that way, where equities are more risky but the yield's greater over time. Bonds are less risky but the yield's much smaller. And so there's that nuance as well. When we pivot out of quantitative, right now we're in a period where people are gravitating towards bonds, and you know, bond yields are high and prices are low right now. The 10 years paying out what, 4.5%, 4%, 4.1%. But in a period of when the Fed pivots to a more dovish state, bond prices will probably start to go down, and the yields, or bond prices will probably start to go up and the yields will go down. And so I don't know. I think there's a lot of nuance behind it, but yeah, it's all speculatable. We don't know. I don't know. I'm just guessing here too. Yeah, and again, you can kind of see the market's ripping up. I'm wondering if the Dixie is moving up with it. The Dixie should be moving up on higher inflation data, but it's not, which is very weird. Usually, I mean, typically equities and the Dixie are inversely correlated, but not always. And right now, that's what we're seeing as an inversely correlated Dixie and the NASDAQ. But it's just it's a weird market right now. Bonds aren't less risky. I mean, are you really arguing? I mean, again, just let me clarify this, okay? Are you really arguing that equities are less risky than bonds? I'm just curious. Will you try another funded challenge soon? I've already gotten funded on 4 accounts. One of them's a $300,000 funding account on Apex. And so, you know, we'll probably try to get funded in a couple other ones. I'm still in a couple of different challenges, so we'll see. Maybe a flush at the open. Yeah, I mean, again, sometimes the first direction can be wrong. And so I don't necessarily disagree with you, Brandon. And again, I don't necessarily disagree with you. A lot of the time, the first move can be the wrong move. And I do agree that we could start to correct a little bit from profit taking and from the CPI, the hot CPI report, starting to affect the market in that way. I'm going to go ahead and short this. Take a little risk here, shorting this. We'll see if we get it. But, all right, we took half off there. We're just going to protect the trade, lock it in quick. We're already up about $100. Add a little bit more to this. Take a little bit more off here. Lock that in. So we're up over $100 now, or right around $100. We're up 98.50 here in our funded account. Mostly trading micros, and we'll keep trading micros and try to build up a cushion that we can swing really big into in the opening bell. Is the goal here. No, it's a monthly fee, Jen. It's a monthly fee. It's $35 to restart if you fail right now. That's the big edge. So it is a monthly fee. But for the time being, it's $35 universal resets. Check out the link in the description. Just when you sign up, just make sure to use my promo code BT. It'll get you the max discount for resets and for the actual challenge. Just use promo code BT, beginner trading. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be doing that as well. Again, we got a couple, ways to do it. I'm excited for it. But yeah, now we're funded in a $300,000 one. We're funded. So right now, so far in my actual funded accounts, we have... Hold on, let me see. We are funded in... I think we're... Is there... I thought I'm funded in more than this. Let me see. Signatures... Yeah, so we are funded in 4. 300,000, one 300K one, 250K ones, 175K one. And this is what you see me trading here. This is a funded account. Bro, CPI is not good numbers for markets. I agree. Again, I think CPI data was high. I don't think it was good. I think it was high, bad. Worse inflation problems. You know? CPI means nothing to stock market as they like it. What it means to banks as they, yeah. Yeah, we got 40 minutes into the open. We're going to be day trading live at the opening bell, so stick around. Again, thank you guys so much. We did break 130,000. And appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Crazy streams, honestly, man. The last like 3 months has been crazy for growth. Like, we have grown so much in the last 3 months, especially for these big economic streams. And so, hey, I appreciate the love, guys. Thanks so much. Like, look at my history of streams here, chat. Like, look, this is something I'm really proud of, too. Like, look at this. Like, bro, we started off 2 weeks ago with NVIDIA earnings. Here, we started off 2 weeks ago with NVIDIA earnings. In the Fed Minutes report. Got 84,000, the largest viewers we've ever had for any stream. 84,000 views for NVIDIA earnings. 32,000 for the FOMC Minutes report. Then we had Powell speaking numerous times. Those streams, then the last 2 weeks here, chat, have been crazy. Powell, again, this Powell stream, hold on. These Powell streams have been chaos. This one we had thousands and thousands. We got 50,000 views there. Payroll numbers, we got 15,000. We got 2.1 thousand people watching. So, hey, thank you guys so much, chat. We appreciate the love. We're growing. We'll take it. The dollar index is starting to push up a little bit here, team. And so it really goes to show you can be the top 3 worst traders in the world right now, especially for gold return calculation. And still grow on YouTube, I appreciate the love. Top 3 worst traders of all time ever in the world. And I appreciate the love. Cheers to you guys. Thanks for the growth. John getting more views than CNBC? Sometimes. Because real knows real. Feels like there's economic data almost every day. There kind of is. It's not really economic data every day, but we do have some type of report dropping daily for sure. When you get to $1 million, you should give your first 1,000 a cool t-shirt. Maybe. Yeah. Iron Man. Top 3 most ironed man in the world right now. Apple started to bounce up a little bit. We're getting some stagnation in price action here. Gold started to dip down under the volume weighted average price as well. Nvidia still over 870s, over the volume weighted average price. It depends on whether we think Nvidia is going to bounce here, team. I'm gonna start to buy this dip now though. So we're gonna take 2 contracts of the micro, see if we get a pop. We built up a cushion of about $100. I'll take up to 4 contracts here. And it looks like I'm just getting punished, but we'll see. We're right around flat actually now. Oof. Giving it all back. What a dip. I'm gonna have to cut this pretty soon, unfortunately. I don't want to take too many losses here. I'll use the low as a risk level now. I'm gonna get out up here, limit my losses. Alright. And that way if we dip down some more, it's gonna be less losses. But we could also be a little bit more patient in the bounce, I think. And maybe that was a mistake too. Sheesh, bro. Big pullbacks, just unlucky. Maybe not unlucky. Maybe I think I kind of got a deer in the headlights just now. It happens to everybody, bro. Like, listen, it happens to all traders. This is the correct reaction, though, to equities and inflation data, though. So this is how it should have moved this whole time. So we should have moved like this most of this time. We might just be getting a little bit of a mini correction back down, though. No, I was long, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, the very common saying is the first move a lot of the time is the wrong move in equities. So, like, the first move a lot of the time is the wrong move in terms of economic data. All right, so like the first move that we get is sometimes the worst, the wrong direction. So basically, what it means by that is, like, in economic reports, sometimes we'll move a specific direction, and then. And so you'll think the market looks bullish or bearish or whichever direction it moves, and then it'll correct back down to the appropriate direction after economic reports, right? Like, that's what happens a lot of the time. Alright, so Google dumping down here. Again, I took some profit off of that one at the opening bell. But man, what a fall. Again, I really recommend if you're struggling to get funded or stay funded on funded account programs, use micros here, chat. Micros are so much more effective in terms of range, in terms of managing the trade. Like, again, you take one contract of the E-mini, and like, that can just punish you. That can punish you. You could take up to a bunch of contracts of micros and really just kind of take your profit, like protect the trades, and like make your money. Again, we're in a couple contracts of the E-mini right now, and look, we got 4. We're gonna take half off. We're back to where we were prior to this. We're up 4. We're gonna take another half off of just trading regular E-minis. And so it allows you to manage risk just so much better. Okay, so yeah, now we're up to about 120 in profit on the day. So we came back a little bit from this trade. Taking micros of the regular E-mini here. So again, we're back up to about $130 in this funded account on the day. I would watch it at the opening bell though. I think the economic data is negative, chat. Like, this is worse economic data than expected. So I think it is negative here. Yeah, I didn't realize how nice they were as well, Justin. It's so much easier to trade micros, to be honest. And again, the good thing about Apex, right? If you want to know why you should use Apex, I can trade as many micros as I need to in these accounts. Like in the $300,000 one, I can trade up to 350 micro contracts. 350, right? I'm not restricted in terms of micro contracts. In the 25K one, even if you just want the cheapest account on Apex, you can trade up to 40 micros. The profit goal is only $1,500, and if you pass it, you get 25K in funding, and you can use up to 40 micros. And so that's a huge edge, a huge benefit. Apple's starting to dip. The 10-year treasury yields are moving up a little bit as well here. And again, if you want these discounts, just use my promo code BT, beginner trading, all one word, BT, beginner trading. I'm not trading 350 at once. Huge commissions too, sure, but your risk is much less limited. Or much more limited, I mean. Your risk is much less, and I think that's a powerful thing, even if you pay some in commissions. Like, I made money yesterday, and I'm still keeping, like, most of my profit. Can Nvidia go to 1,000? It could. Will it is a different story. I could win the lottery 5 days in a row, but it doesn't mean it's probable. While that's, with that said, though, I think Nvidia does have a chance to hit 1,000. I think it's probably pretty probable that eventually it does, excluding like potential splits into the future. I think it probably will hit 1,000 eventually. Just I don't know when. It's 90-10 split, but you get to keep your first 25,000 in profit. I think. Check with them to be sure. Again, they're a sponsor of mine, so I'm biased. I would check with them to be sure, but I'm pretty sure you get to keep your first 25,000. And again, if you want the biggest discount, again, promo code BT, beginner trading BT. Here you go, doctor. I'm going to pin this to the top of the page, just so, because people keep asking for it, and it's just going to be easier to pin it. Again, most people are expecting July plus for rate cuts. I agree. I think it's going to be July or farther. I see the dollar index moving up a little bit here, Chad. The thing you got to watch is Nvidia. Nvidia still looks kind of strong, so I'm going to buy this and hope we get a good gain. I can't deer in headlights it, though. I got to get out if it starts to go against me here. There we go. All right, so we're cutting it, protecting profit. I'm going to cut that, too, and just lock that in. So, yeah, we are now up about $150 in our PA funded account here. 2.12 to 1 win-loss ratio, so doing okay accuracy-wise. Up about 150. Yeah, so if you want to know net-wise, like I'm up $148 and I'm keeping $112 in profit roughly. So I'm still very green after commissions as well. Yeah, where's Bitcoin at after CPI? I'm assuming it's up a little bit, no? But you never know for sure. Bitcoin at 72. So Bitcoin's kind of flat today. It's not really a big moving day. Yeah, which way do you think the market's going to head at the opening bell, chat? Let me know. I think it'll probably correct a little bit on the downside, but who freaking knows? Bond markets are up. Yeah, I see the 10-year rising here. If I put the 10-year yield up, or the 10-year, look, so the 10-year currently at about 4.1%. Nvidia, the pattern looks strong. It's over the volume weighted average price, and so I think we could bounce here, but again, with Nvidia you never know. This looks strong. It held the VWAP, moved up, and then pulled back a little bit. So again, I'm gonna buy this, but we're gonna take one contract for now and no more than that. We haven't lost very much here. And I'm using Nvidia kind of like a gauge of the overall market strength or weakness. The problem is that Dixie's still moving up, and I don't know how good that is for profits. But see, just one micro contract, I can make or lose 14 or 15 bucks a trade. I'm gonna go ahead and limit this and cut it. So that's my first bigger loss of the day. We're still up 100 bucks. What is the core CPI? Core CPI is higher than expected, so core CPI was worse. So again, core CPI came in noticeably higher than expected. Or not noticeably higher. Core CPI came in slightly higher than expected. Which is, again, I'm shocked the market is not reacting negatively to this. You know, it's very weird. It's very strange. Again, my job is to build up a cushion in pre-market and then swing a little bit heavier into the opening bell once I have that cushion. Dixie's still moving up, gold breaking down a little bit. And so I'm seeing some red action. Again, maybe the market's going to start coming back down. Google bouncing back a little bit. Yeah, there's a dip. Dixie moving up though, starting to creep. Market's kind of completely flat from CPI, which kind of makes sense, I guess. It was a neutral reading. Hey, nice, David. Congrats, man. Good trades. You guys green or red today, chat? Green or red? Green so far, up 200 if you just buy that short puts today. Yeah, I mean, that's if you think we're going to dump at the opening bell, and who knows if we will. You know what I mean? Like, it just depends on if we dump at the open or not. Nvidia is still sitting at 8, right around the VWAP here. Lads, anyone know the CPI read? I mean, listen, you know, I've been trying to figure out the CPI report all morning, man. And, you know, I couldn't possibly imagine where the reading might be. You know, I mean, it could be right here, like right there. It might be like right below me, you know, in this area over here. It's possible it is. I mean, it might not be, but it is possible that it could be right below my face in big letters on the screen, you know, here. Just a weatherman, like right in this general vicinity here. Could be, might be. All right, gold bouncing up a little bit. Let's see if the NASDAQ continues to move up. We're kind of at this neutral level where the SPY ripped up from the SPY and the Q ripped up from CPI coming in hotter, and has since corrected back down over the last like 15 minutes. So we're in this neutral level. Maybe we bounce, maybe we dip. I don't know. How could month over month be spot on, but year over year be off? Doesn't make sense. Because they're comparing it, because, hold on, I'm in a trade. You want to see my trade here, chat? Sorry, here's my trade. We're up 100 bucks, cut it. 80 bucks, cut it. 60 bucks. We lost a little bit, just for full transparency purposes. We did lose a little bit. because the reason those are different is because the data points for each are different. The comparison points are different. Hold on, chat. Sorry. A little bit more off here. We're slowly grinding out of this. I should probably take a little bit larger size off. All right, we got 4 contracts left. Part of me wants to know, I don't know if I should hold it and let it continue to bounce up. We're very neutral. I guess I'm just going to sit on the rest. I'll cut the rest break even here, chat. This is the micro E-mini. So the micro SPY, basically, is what this is in futures. And we're going to have to cut this. We took most of it off. We'll give it the last little bit room, but yeah, I'm gonna have to cut that. So yeah, we got out. Again, we're still up about $100. Let me get this out of the way. Again, the Dixie's still rising up here. I think one of the most bearish things right now is the dollar index moving up. More inflation problems is what this could trigger. This could signal. I mean, let's be honest. Yeah, I mean, they're always massaged. There's still some hope until the last CPI report before the Fed. I think that might be the sentiment. Yeah, I mean, this is the last major report. We have PPI on Thursday. So we have PPI on Thursday. All right, so we're still pulling back again. All right, chat. Again, we are breaking down. I don't trust this right now, so we're just kind of sitting tight. All right, so we're bouncing up, or we're bouncing down a little bit. Market users trap. CPI starts May 2045. I think we're coming back to the previous day low. Nothing bad news on Boeing, and it's dropped 3 point. Yeah, I got out of my Boeing trade earlier. There's too much craziness going on there for me. Bitcoin's still rising up a little bit over the last 5 minutes. All right, guys, we got 15 minutes left. Let's see if we get a good little bounce here. Again, tomorrow, I don't think we have any economics reports tomorrow, right? I think tomorrow's pretty flat, all things. No, let me make sure, but I'm pretty sure tomorrow's boring. We got mortgage data, crude oil inventories, and that's basically it. So yeah, tomorrow's weird. It's a very strange thing. They've recently, for whatever reason, typically it goes CPI, PPI the next day, right? Like that's the normal trend here. I'm gonna buy this now. That's the normal trend. It goes CPI, PPI. CPI one day, PPI. Usually it's CPI Wednesday, PPI Thursday, or CPI Tuesday, Wednesday, PPI. But for whatever reason, recently, they've started skipping a day in between. So they do CPI, skip a day, do PPI. I'm not sure why they've been doing it like this, but for whatever reason, they're doing it. Remember, tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow on Thursday, we have PPI as well as retail sales. So we've got PPI and retail sales Thursday. And then Friday is quad witch. It's not quad witch, it's triple witching, which is, again, it used to be called quad witch when there was still a thing of stock futures, single stock futures, but there's no longer single stock futures. There's only index futures, index options, and stock options, right? So there's no longer single stock futures anymore, right? And so in that regard, it's only triple witching day because only 3 contract types expire instead of 4. All right, so we're going to take a little swing here. I like NVIDIA still over the VWAP. I do like the fact that NVIDIA is still over the VWAP. I see the Dixie pulling back a little bit here. But again, we've been kind of getting chopped out. I am going against the trend here for sure so far. And every day is not going to be perfect. Yesterday we got funded in a 300K. Well, today we're green, but we're closer to flat now. I'll give it one more second here. I don't like this test. I did like the fact that NVIDIA was holding at the VWAP, but it looks like to be struggling to hold that as well. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to cut it. So now we're slightly red on the day, or we're actually completely flat. You know, so we're actually completely flat. And that's all right. Again, we're getting kind of stagnation since CPI. We're starting to go a little bit more red. And again, I kind of agree with the bears this morning. I think we might go red at the open. But again, I also recognize that, like, who freaking knows what's going to happen there. We also have housing starts. Yeah, I don't know if the open's going to be good or bad. I think I could agree that we might have red action at the open, but I might just be wildly wrong. Red or green at the open, chat. I know a lot of people are betting red, but I really don't know, man. Again, I really don't know. This is, betting on short-term price action is very, very difficult to get right. So it's very, very difficult to get right. So it's hard to tell what anything's going to do short-term. And again, I always tell people the same thing. The Dunning-Kruger effect rings true, where the people in trading who think they know the most typically know the least. Take me with my mortgage bet, with my annual appreciation calculation earlier. I thought I knew the most. I knew the least. In trading terms, it's certainly true as well. And so I think the Dunning-Kruger effect is very, very real in trading, in which people who claim to know the most about what something's going to do short term typically know the least, because they haven't been around long enough to understand how little the edge is in betting on something short term. You can always use probabilities and favor, and try to get that right, but it's kind of like poker, right? Like to use an example of like the same thing in poker, right? It would be the example of somebody claiming to know exactly what was going to happen in a specific hand, right? Like nobody knows how a hand's going to play out in poker. You can use favorable probabilities to bet on specific, potential outcomes. But if you ask any pro player, hey, what's going to be the outcome of this hand? He's going to be honest and say, I don't know. Nobody knows what the outcome is going to be. I can only bet on the favorable probabilities. The market is the same way, where nobody really knows what's going to happen. And people who get the most weird about claiming to know exactly what's going to happen typically know the least. And so that's why I always try to say I don't know as much as I can. Top 3 least knowing traders in the world. Best defense is good offense? Yeah, for sure. Where will Nvidia go at the opening bell, I guess, is the question. And I really don't know there either. I agree, but the market has patterns. Oh, it certainly does have patterns. It certainly does have edge. Like there's favorable probabilities, just like in poker. Like you can get into good odds in poker. You don't know the outcome, but you can bet on favorable probabilities and outcomes. You know what I mean? Like that's the same way. And so I think people have to look at the market with that understanding, and that nobody knows the outcome. We can only react to the specific data points and try to get in good favorable odds. But sometimes you're going to have negative variance. Like sometimes you're going to do everything right and still lose, and sometimes you're going to do everything wrong and still win. But if you're a good trader, a good investor over the long run, you should make money letting those odds play out for you, Right, exactly, Sam. Definitely. What time is the CPI release? I'm not sure, if only there were like CPI numbers that could be right below my face telling you exactly what the outcome was. I mean, that would be nice, right? I'm just going to start trolling the people that ask. No, I'm just messing with these. Numbers are right below me, bro. Data came out at 8:30, about an hour ago. Next candle doesn't care about your portfolio? Yeah, for sure. Nvidia won't be 700 today. Where will Nvidia close the day, chat? Let me know. All right, chat, we're going to get ready to day trade at the opening bell. We are trading on a funded account program called Apex. Really useful for traders. Most day traders lose money. When I first got started day trading, I lost thousands of dollars. And this is not an uncommon story. Most day traders lose in the beginning. What I truly wish I had in the beginning is a funded account program. And like they get some hate, but the reality is most day traders lose money. And so with that truth in mind, and this is an objective truth, any pro trader will tell you most day traders lose money if they're being honest. And so with that in mind, if you want to learn to day trade, do not put up thousands of dollars yourself. You're almost certainly going to lose your first few accounts. It happens to almost everybody. And so why put up thousands of dollars and risk that for your first account? Instead, limit your risk. Learn how to trade in a funded account program. They're going to give you a demo. They're going to test your skill in day trading. And if you pass the test, then they fund you with a 90% split. You get to keep your first 25K in profit as well. Apex has paid out over $100 million. And if you lose, you're only out what you pay for it. The base one's like $25, $30. The top one is like $200. And again, resetting them right now universally is only $35. You can get 71% off using my link. And so it's a pretty good deal right now. You can check them out. They are a sponsor. I'm biased. But again, I truly think it's good for traders in that it limits your risk. Instead of risking obscene amounts of money in the beginning trying to look cool on the internet, limit your risk. Again, I think most day traders are probably going to lose this as well because most day traders lose, but it's a lot cheaper to lose an Apex account than it is to put up $2,000 or $3,000 yourself. Again, when I got started day trading, I saw the movie The Big Short, right? I went and saw the movie The Big Short with my wife. I had no idea what a short was when I saw that movie. That movie I credit to getting me started in the markets. I would have never started this YouTube channel if I hadn't seen that movie. Great movie, by the way. I think Michael Burry wildly overpredicts crashes now that I have more insight into who he is. But still, genius move back then in 2008 with him. He made a lot of people upset, and he proved them all wrong. And so shout out to Burry in that way. But I saw that movie. I was always a poker strategy person. Love strategy games. Same reason I got into jiu-jitsu, right? Jiu-jitsu is like a human chess game. It's like a human chess battle. So it's really fun in that way. But back to trading. Anyway, so I started trading. I had saved up four grand at the time. That was an ish ton of money to me. Like, I'm not saying it's not a lot now, but back then, $4,000 was like everything I had. And so I'm like, yo, I'm going to put this money in the market. I Google day trading. I see a bunch of penny stock gurus pop up like financial freedom, millionaire students. Look at me. You could turn $500 into $100 grand if you just buy my course, guys. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Don't buy a course. You don't need it. You can find most stuff available out there for free somewhere online. You don't need to buy a course. Anyways, I ended up putting up this $4 grand. Carol begged me not to. Carol was like, John, don't do it. I did it. Lost the entire $4 grand within like 3 weeks, right? And that's not an uncommon story. It's almost necessary to lose in the beginning because you have to remember that burn, and you want to avoid that burn in the future. You remember that burn. You want to avoid that burn in the future. I'm going to go ahead and cut this little micro trade I got. And losing in the beginning is also necessary, but in that way, again, the funded account program makes sense in that way. And so again, you can check out, it's pinned to the top of the chat. Again, use my promo code BT if you want to get the maximum discount. Use my promo code BT. Beginner Trading. Again, they are a sponsor. I'm biased. Shameless plug. We only plug things once every 30, 40 minutes here. I think that's a reasonable time in between plugs. It's kind of like the radio, right? Every 10 minutes you're getting a plug on the radio. We do them once every 30, 40 minutes. Yes, people still complain, but... yeah, that's how it goes, MS. Most people lose, brother. I always tell people the truth. Most people lose. And so, in that regard, it just doesn't make sense to put up thousands yourself in the beginning. Again, this is coming from somebody that did it. Like, I did this. Yeah, that movie got a lot of people into the markets, I bet. Great freaking movie. I started watching it yesterday, or the day before. My wife loves it. But that movie got me started in the market. It's such an inspiring movie. It's a little bit sad, but it's also really inspiring because it showed people that turned nothing into something. Like, they took small investments and they got incredibly wealthy from those small investments because they saw things that other people didn't, right? And I think that is the trader's dream, is to see things that other people don't. The problem is, like, when you get home and you start researching day trading, I think every new trader has the same kind of unreasonable expectation for it. I think they all think they're going to be some prodigy savant who is going to show their family how smart they are. A lot of people that get involved with day trading are struggling financially. And again, I think if you're struggling financially, you should not be day trading. Like, most day traders lose money. And so if you're struggling financially and you get into day trading, you're probably going to lose more money, realistically. And again, day trading is a luxury of people that are comfortable financially, because the reality is, if you want to learn to day trade, you have to do so with the least amount of emotion as possible. And if you're struggling financially and you're trading with money that you don't have, you're not going to be clear in your thinking with it, right? You're going to be trying to make your rent checks every month. It's going to be incredibly stressful. You're probably going to lose it all, and then you're going to be even in a worse mental state, right? And so again, I always tell people the same thing. If you don't have the money to do this, don't do it. Instead, build another business. There's tons of businesses online now. Find another income source, because again, trading's not going to be that magical thing that just gets you out of it. Like, you're going to have to be comfortable first and then learn to day trade and do whatever you got to do. And so I always tell people, don't quit your job. Don't get a loan for trading. Find another income source first. Anyways, we got about a minute and a half left, Chad. About a minute and a half left. Yeah, same with poker, exactly, right? Well, same thing with, like, card counting. Like, I'm kind of, card counting. If you have less than 100 buy-ins, your risk of total losses is very, very high, very, very high, and card counting and poker as well, and everything. So have the bankroll, do it. Don't just do it because you're struggling, because that's going to be even worse, and it's going to make you feel worse, you know. And I'm trying to be like the person that's honest with you guys about it. That's the truth. Everybody knows it's the truth, but sometimes the truth hurts as well, so just don't get mad at me. A lot of confirmation bias is a powerful thing. You know, like you're more likely to believe something you want to be true. I want to believe I'm going to walk out and win the lottery 5 times in a row. Doesn't mean I'm going to, you know. I wish it was true. And I might be more likely to believe it is true because I want it to happen. But just not like that, unfortunately. Anyways, NVIDIA up to 880s. Let's see if we can break over 900 today. I think the first step is a 900 break. But here's the opening bell. We'll see if we get bad action at the market open. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate it, bro. All right, there's the opening bell, chat. Let's see what NVIDIA does. NVIDIA at 880s right now, dipping down to 879s. Google bounced it all the way back up. Apple bounced it all the way back up. Let's see if NVIDIA finds some legs here. The NASDAQ bouncing back up some as well. We're basically flat heading into the open. I think after commissions, we're down like 20 bucks, but sounds like John has looked into my life with this advice. It's all good advice. Hey, bro, yeah, for sure. I've been there, man. Like I said, I lost 4 grand. Almost cried after I lost it. Carol told me not to. I thought I was going to be some trading guru savant, you know? And again, that's kind of what motivated me to create this channel, is so that I could be the opposite of what I saw. Google at 139s. NVIDIA tried to make a move up. Let's see if it drags everything else up. But again, we're mostly green. Let's watch the Dixie here. The Dixie on the middle chart right here is the dollar index. Typically, it's going to have an inverse correlation with markets. Not always, though. But I'm going to let things settle before we trade. NVIDIA starting to flush down and hitting the volume-weighted average price, though. So here's NVIDIA. You can see that VWAP level. Let's give it some time, though. Let's see the opening range, see if it forms one, and then try to make the appropriate trades based off of that. All right, little dip here for NVIDIA. Again, it's right at the volume-weighted average price. Let's see what it does. I'm gonna buy this dip. Although, again, this is kind of the opposite of what I was trying to bet on, to be honest. Like, I was betting on opening weakness. So this is betting on opening strength, but we're basically flat here. We'll see if we get. All right, so we're up. All right, so we're just scalping that. We just made about 30 bucks just now, scalping that move. Again, it's pretty close to the opening bell, so like I'm not gonna take crazy risk like trades. So crazy. Yeah, I mean, the biggest edge, I always tell people the same thing. Listen, you want a real edge in markets, an easier edge. The biggest edge is long-term. Long-term investing is the single biggest edge the market will ever give you. The S&P 500 will give you on average about 10% yearly returns, percentage-wise, and it's been like that for over a century. You know, now it's not going to give you 10% every year, but the 10% data point includes crash statistics, which means that including crashes, including corrections, including big drops, the S&P gives you about 10% a year, which means that on good years, it's going to give you much more than 10%. Like last year, it gave you 24% on the year, right? And so again, that's the mindset you have to have. You always should hedge with long-term, because diversifying and buying up a diversified portfolio into blue chip healthy companies or an index fund like the S&P or the NASDAQ is one of the single biggest edges you can have long-term against inflation losses, as well as gains overall with compound interest, right? Compound interest is a powerful thing. And so long-term is the biggest edge you'll ever get by far. You're almost guaranteed to make money if you diversify into an index fund, bonds. You know, like a smart portfolio would be to take a percentage of bonds, take a percentage of real estate investment trusts or real estate in general, take a percentage of gold, equities, index funds, maybe hand-pick some blue chip stocks, crypto, and let that sit for 10 years. You're almost guaranteed to make money. NVIDIA getting a little bit of a bounce here, but still kind of flat. Very choppy opening bell, chat. Google is ripping up, though. Google at 140s. I thrive in having an incredible amount of pressure. I've made the best changes in time of hardship. So if you're in a bad spot, things do get better, especially at rock bottom. Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes you got to hit that spark change in yourself, you know. Google flying up right now. Just broke highs. So DC, you're basically the guy that got banned earlier. Gotcha. As long as the trend is long as well. I mean, regardless of trend, dollar cost average long-term into blue chips or index funds, you're almost guaranteed to make money over a 10-year period. Now, you might get unlucky, but if you hold it long enough, you're going to make money on the upside. Market goes up over time. And so, you know, you for whatever reason, like after the big short, you got a bunch of people that are always trying to predict these big major market crashes. Big influencers always post about crashes like they're going to happen every other week. And it blinds retail traders, especially new retail traders, into thinking that crashes are much more common than they actually are, right? And so that's where you get people coming in the stream telling you a crash is going to happen every other week. I've seen it for the last few years. You know, again, I always tell people the same thing. When in 2021 and 22, when the SPY was at like 350s, everybody was screaming at me with the market was going to crash while I was buying up stuff throughout the year. In hindsight, the market did 24% last year, and I was very correct in that period of time. And I don't know how many people told me before that the market was going to crash. And so what you have to understand is that market crashes are wildly overpredicted, and that, you know, you're always going to have some people who, for whatever reason, get talked into being long-term bears. But again, that's the worst statistical edge you could ever have in markets. Most markets are going to go up over time. You might crash in between then, and if you get unlucky, you might get caught in that. But again, that's what dollar cost averaging is for. You dollar cost average into things to get through those volatile moments. Anyways, Apple breaking down. It's at 172s right now, so Apple's still dipping some. Nvidia fighting that 200 EMA, and so this does look bearish, right? And this is what I thought would happen at the opening bell, if you remember. I thought we might go down at the opening bell and correct a little bit. Inflation data came in high, and so it didn't make much sense for the market to push up. I think it's just taking time to correct back down. And so we'll start shorting. Very bad fill here. I might just immediately cut this unless we dip. I'll try adding to it here, but it's just a really bad fill. All right, we're going to cut half of this. Cut a little bit more, just lock in profit. All right, so again, we made a couple green trades. We're kind of sitting tight here waiting. Yeah, that was a bad fill that I called. It's all right. We redeemed ourselves from it. Yeah, I thought we might get this blood red at the open. Dude, I'm getting terrible fills right now. Like really, really bad fills. I'm gonna get out of this. This is just a really bad fill here. I might be right about directions, but that's a bad fill. Let me exit out of some stuff. I hope I'm not getting too big of latency here with Quant Tower. Usually they're much better than this, you know. I'm gonna start using limit orders too. be a little bit better. We'll see how Quantower treats us. Let's try getting on the ask price. No fill. Try to cut it again. No fill. I'll short this. That's a little bit better of a fill. And then we'll try to add in some size on the bounce up. Take another. Terrible fills up here, man. The market orders aren't that bad too. I might slow down trading for now until we get better fills here. Yeah. All right, we just made some here. I'm not. Wow. Okay. Look, I'm not trading on Quantower right now. These fills are horrible. Like these, I should be very green from this, and it just gave me like a horrible fill, and it's not filling limit orders either. Look at that. Yeah, weird. I'm gonna get out for the time being. That should have been green. Like I should have been very green there. Even limit orders aren't filling. Weird. Yeah, I mean, listen, guys. I've been trading on Quantower for years and years. While I understand limit orders are better, typically market orders I can get in immediately and get out like this. This is just different. Like, these limit orders are the worst I've ever seen on Quantower for whatever reason today. It could be latency problems with the platform. You know, and that happens. Like, I'm not, you know, it's all good. We're flat on the day, so it could be worse. But I would just, if y'all are getting these type of fills, I would just be very careful. I'm gonna disconnect and then reconnect. Let's see if that helps. Look at Nvidia start to bounce back though, so we could see a reversal in play here if we do start to bounce back. But yeah, I'm gonna get back in on Rhythmic. In my 50K account in Apex, I made 385. Does it consider it to be a pass? Yes. Make sure that amount, Sandesh, make sure to hit account and make sure you see your actual account balance. Make sure it's not, if you're using Quantower, you want to click account in the top left. If that's over $3,000, then yeah, you pass it. You got to wait until the end of the day and they'll send you an email, bro. All right, so now we're connected. Much better. So yeah, the uptime was 3 seconds, or it was 3 minutes a second ago. So we're gonna pivot to more micros here and see if this treats me better. Let's try it. Okay, much better fills here. Much better fills. Boom. All right, that's much better. And so yeah, we can immediately get in this. Much better. All right, so yeah, there we go. So yeah, immediately we brought ourselves back to green on the day once that was better, because yeah. So you want to go to account, ACC in the top left on Quantower to make sure. Yeah, that was much better. The lag, for whatever reason. I exited out a bunch of stuff and restarted Quantower, and it's much easier now. All right, guys, so our flush at the opening bell prediction was correct here. Yeah, I got a certificate of passing. We got 300,000 funding yesterday. I'm using Rhythmic under the account balance. It's 353. Yes, sir. Then you're funded, I think. Just can't guarantee it for sure. I would. They send you the email in the evening, U.S. time. But yeah, listen. We were correct about CPI and inflation data, and what we would do at the opening bell. So. Glad we limited a lot of our risk at the open. You know, I'm going to go ahead and buy this. I know it's risky, but I'm going to take one contract. I'm going to see if we can do this long term. It's going to be hard for me not to add to it. I'm going to buy at the bottom of this range here, though, and see if we get a bounce. Crashy vibes. The dippiest dip in the world, for sure. Glad I listened to you. Yeah. I mean, we try over here. People will hate and say whatever. Most of the time they're competitors to us, or they've tried to be competitors to us in the past and failed, or whatever it is, and now they're just kind of haters. Either way, top 3 most wrong right traders in the world. Your body's telling you no about John with beginner trading, but your mind is telling you yes. Apple's starting to bounce up a little bit. We'll see if it holds. Let's see if it, again, we got a big dip though. Big dip. Google right around the previous closing price, so mostly flat. And looks like I was definitely wrong about this trade so far. I don't know, man. I still think we could bounce and bounce right at the bottom and start to rebound back up, or we could just flush down and continue the breakdown here. And so far we're all right. I think it's time to cut. Oh no, I added to it. Oops. I gotta cut this immediately, I guess. I forgot I was a long. I'm not trying to deer in headlights it, but I think it also could pivot back up, I guess, and maybe the mistake will help me. Alright, we cut it. Time to get out. Let me see this. Yeah, I mean, there's a 3-day pass, Sam, but again, it's much less strict in that way. So like, all I have to do is buy and sell one contract of a micro without even worrying about it, and that counts as a day. And so you can literally hit the profit target in day 1, day 2. Click buy and immediately click sell of a micro contract, and then day 3 click buy and immediately click sell of a micro contract, and still get funded on the 3rd day. So now this obviously looks bearish here, chat. This obviously looks bearish. I'm gonna kind of sit tight though and wait. I don't know what to do here. I'm not shorting Nvidia. Nvidia is still technically green on the day though, but CPI data is starting to get to it, I think, and breaking it down. What is the best account out of the 2 offered on Apex? The 2? What do you mean? There's like 6 or 7 offered. Remember, the rollover is happening now, so it's MNQM4 for the micro. I gotta figure out which one. Okay. All right, so we got a big bounce here. Big bounce. I'm going to try shorting into this resistance level, at least to see if we retrace down fast, and then we'll cover it or do whatever. There we go. We caught the breakdown here. Cover a little bit more. We'll let the rest ride. Could the rest break even? Okay. Alright, so we are ripping back up a little bit. I want to see if we break down some more, but see what Nvidia does. The bearish trend is obviously there. Bitcoin tried to break over, but Dixie's still breaking down a little bit here. Nvidia's starting to rip up. That's what's dragging everything else up with us. Oh, Garrett's probably struggling right now. See what the market does here. Again, part of me wants to short this move, but I also recognize the risks here in shorting this. I think the Nvidia chart is moving up to the 200 EMA VWAP. I want to see if we reject off of that. I'll add up to this and try to take a swing. The first real swing we're doing on this PA account since the opening bell. Going short. There we go. We'll take another profit there, lock it in. Now we got a cushion on the day. We'll see if we can ride this down some more longer term with 2 contracts. Let a little bit of risk workforce in a larger way. And if we break over this, we'll mostly flat. This is the reason micros can just be powerful, man. I'm telling you. Alright, we took half of that off, locked it in. Now we can probably get out flat, I guess. I want to see if NVIDIA breaks down here. I'll probably add it back. I think I'm going to keep adding to NVIDIA within reason up to the 200 EMA VWAP level. I think there's a chance NVIDIA rejects this spot. I'm going to take another short to make it even 4. Alright, so NVIDIA's up there. Try to fix my average a little bit. Again, this is the first risk I'm really taking here on the day. I'm probably gonna have to cut this. Just bounce it up more than I thought it would, unfortunately. Yeah, we're gonna have to cut that, unfortunately. We already had a cushion on the day, so it's not the end of the world. But yeah, kind of getting a stagnant, not a stagnant market. It's a big range market, but it's big up, big down, big up. So we're kind of trending in a long range sideways trend. And so we'll see what NVIDIA does. NVIDIA right at the 200 EMA VWAP level. There's still a chance that it rejects this and comes right back down. But again, I don't really want to take that risk, I think. NVIDIA now over the 200 EMA, over the VWAP level. Google bouncing back. Apple's still down some on the day. What a big comeback for NVIDIA here, man. Very flat day, though, so far. We're right in the middle range. All right, so here's NVIDIA right at the 200 EMA VWAP level. Let's see if the breakdown happens. All right, so we did get a flush here. We're gonna wait. Kind of flat right now that we hit this big kind of milestone level. NVIDIA bounced. So again, we kind of have a very choppy day. Y'all be careful. Yeah, there's a dumb money's pretty good. It's about GameStop. Good beard, bro. Hey, thanks so much. Well, we had big downward move at the open, but for both Nvidia, the S&P, the Nasdaq, and now we got a big upward move back up here, team. So again, we're sitting tight, waiting here. All right, we're bouncing up a little bit. Let me see. I think we're gonna do a crypto show today. There we go. Man, look at the market come all the way back up here, man. Again, I would be careful, chat. It's a very stagnant, not a stagnant day. It's a big range, but flat day. Check the site, Charge. I think you can withdraw two times a month, depending on how much you're up and stuff like that. But it depends. Check the site. Yeah, I'm in Tesla, and it's definitely like been dipping down. We limited our risk though. Like we've been in Tesla, and we're very green on the year already. Like we're at least 4 figures up on the year already, which is pretty good count wise. CPI was bad. I mean, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't good. You know, like CPI was flat. It was mostly as expected, but the year-over-year data came in a little hot. If you don't know the difference, year-over-year is comparing it to the same period last year. Month-over-month is comparing it to the previous month. So that's the difference in economic data reports. Also, guys, check out Chart Prime. If you want to know one of my sponsors, Chart Prime is another one of my sponsors. Again, I'm going to preface this with I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee you're going to make money, lose money using these signals or indicators. They're custom trading view indicators, right? So they have these great indicator services. Like, and again, I always try to like show you guys a live back testing session so you guys know how they can be effective and where they can be effective and all that good stuff. Like, look at this, right? Like again, this is today's price action. Again, what I challenge you to do is backtest the strong signals. The strong signals going back here, like, look at this, like, right? Like, let's tally these up. Let's tally all of them, and then we'll tally the strong signals. So look at the buy signal, bounce. That one definitely worked. Strong sell signal, dip. Buy signal, bounce. Sell signal, dip. Buy signal, bounce. Sell signal, dip. So these are all working. Buy signal, bounce. This strong one didn't work. This one didn't work. So that's 2. Strong dip. Buy signal bounce, strong dip, buy signal bounce. This one might not work. That's 3. This one didn't work. That's 4. This one definitely worked. This one worked. This one worked. This one worked. This one didn't work. That's 5. This one worked. This one worked. This one worked. This one worked. All right, so that's 5 out of. Let's count how many we started with here. I think we started here, right? So 5 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23. 5 out of 23 that I can calculate didn't work. All right, so that is 18 out of 23. 18 out of 23 percentage-wise is 78%. 78%. Now let's tally just the strong ones. Just the strong ones. 1, 2, 3. This one didn't work. That's 2. Let's see. 1, 2. Hold on. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Okay. This is the easier way to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So this is 14 of these strong signals. All right, 14 of these starting. Did I start here? Let me try it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so yeah, 14 starting here. All right, so this one worked. This one worked. This one worked. These two didn't work. This one worked. So that's 2. This one worked. This one worked. This one worked. This one didn't work. That's 3. This one worked. This one worked. This one worked. That's 4. And the rest of these worked. So 4 out of 14 didn't work. Right? So that's 10 out of 14. That's 71% accuracy for the strong signal. So again, you can kind of see I can't fake this. You can use this on any time frame, on any symbol on TradingView. And again, just powerful. They're a sponsor of mine. I'm biased, of course, but genuinely powerful. It's like $40 a month. If you get a couple good trades, it can pay for itself. And so not too shabby, guys. I'll take that. You know, not too shabby. And again, if you want to check them out, help your boy out here, I'll put this link up, and you can help support the channel here. We appreciate it. So again, if you want to check them out, again, I can't guarantee any of them are going to work. And yeah, there might be some that didn't work that I said worked. I'm just judging by my own looking at it. And again, I'm judging it by like what I say, the way I'm judging whether they work or didn't work is looking at when the signal came in, on which candle the signal came in, and if we had an appropriate level to take profit afterwards, right? So again, an example of this is the strong signal showed up here, right here. And we got a nice flurry of breakdowns afterwards. Same thing here. Strong signal showed up here. We got a nice flurry afterwards. Again, strong signal here. Nice flurry afterwards. This one didn't work because you didn't have a follow through. This one didn't work because you didn't have a follow through. This one worked, follow through. This one worked, follow through. This one worked, follow through up to here. This one didn't work because you didn't have a follow through, right? So that's how I'm tallying it up. I'm pretty sure that's pretty accurate in terms of worked versus didn't work. I'm sure if people like, you know, I mean, like we could all say ones didn't or didn't work. Back test them yourself, okay? Here, let me mute this part. There we go. Yeah, again, I was always against services like this, but they reached out to me and wanted to sponsor me, and you know, most of the time I would just ignore companies like this, but I looked at theirs, and theirs looked genuinely impressive. Bitcoin's breaking highs right now, chat. Bitcoin's breaking highs right now. But again, like, I'm biased, of course. Like, they're a sponsor of mine, so I'm biased, but I thought they were powerful when I looked at them. No, I'm not gonna make my own, you know, chart prime. Like, no, I don't, you know, I got too many other stuff I'm doing. And again, chart prime is a great company, you know. Again, Nvidia's still holding that 200 EMA VWAP level. Google's starting to come up to highs again. Tesla's still down pretty big on the day, but equities are mostly flat now. I'm trying to look at this. Let's see, 20. Trade of 8, 19. Okay, gotcha. Bitcoin's starting to finally dip back down. It's been a very flat day right now, chat. Very flat day. The market action has just been garbage today. Bitcoin breaking all the way down pretty quickly. Like, we've had big up moves. Look at the price action today. Big up moves, big down moves, big up moves, dip now. Like, so there's just, the edge is just not very good today, chat, in my opinion. I mean, again, I had better trading in pre-market, but yeah, the edge is just not very high today, I don't think. We'll see how it goes. And again, we are going to do a crypto show today. So remember, chat, we are going to do a crypto show. Thank you so much for helping me break 130,000 subs. 130K. You love to see it, man. Really goes to show that telling people you have no idea what you're talking about on YouTube works. And you can grow a nice little following of supportive people by telling people you have no idea what you're talking about. Definitely top 3 least knowing what I'm talking about traders in the world right now, chat. And thank you guys so much for the growth. We appreciate it. It was fun this last 3 weeks. Bitcoin trying to get up there here. Market's coming all the way back down, and now it's coming all the way back up. Let's see if it holds. A lot of it has to do with NVIDIA here, team. See if NVIDIA makes another run or if it dips. Very flat, stagnant 5 minutes here. You can see 1, 2, 3 of just kind of flat stagnation. See if NVIDIA can bounce up. That should help us if NVIDIA can. All right, let me get this ready. I'm trying to do a crypto stream today. There you go. I think I got redirect on. Let me make sure. All right, so we're definitely there. Let me get the other parts set up. All right, so again, we got Bitcoin, other crypto. CPI came out today. We're gonna be doing a crypto show, so y'all stick around. All right, market's stagnant here. I tend to be bullish. Like, I tend to think the market's going to go up, but who freaking knows? Also, guys, if you haven't already, again, we're about to do our crypto show. If you haven't already, check out, again, Apex funded account programs. We got funded on a $300,000 Rhythmic account yesterday. Again, the way we did it with micro contracts, trading micros, the reason you should use Apex is because you can trade on the base one, on the 25K challenge, you can use up to 40 micros. That's a huge edge. It severely limits your size. It makes you much less likely to lose accounts. It makes you much more likely to keep accounts longer, and it's much easier to have slow, methodical funding gains. And so again, that's why I think you should use it. Again, they're a sponsor of mine. I'm biased. I can't guarantee anything. Of course, nobody can. They're a sponsor, so they pay me money, and I'm biased in their favor, of course, like most people. But genuinely powerful, genuinely useful. Again, most day traders lose money. And so you can either put up thousands of dollars yourself trying to day trade stocks, or you can trade the futures market. There's no PDT rule. You could day trade essentially the SPY price action, essentially the QQQ price action. No PDT restrictions in futures. And again, the edge, you know, the patterns are very similar in futures versus blue chip patterns. There's just no PDT restrictions. These funded account programs are allowed that severely limit your risk. And for the time being, you get 71% off. And then resets are only $35. And so the way I was able to get funded on the 300K one is because it only cost me $35 to reset. I paid the initial $200 or whatever it was, and then it only cost me $35 to reset. So much cheaper to reset right now. I think it ends tomorrow evening. And again, you can check out the link pinned at the top of the chat, as well as the link in the description with both of our sponsors if you want to help support us. Again, remember, I have no idea what I'm talking about, and I'm wildly wrong about everything. If you want to come join the crypto stream, chat, if you want to come join the crypto stream, go to this link right here in chat. It should, as soon as we close this stream, it should bring you to the new stream. If it doesn't, there's the link in chat. Check it out. And yeah, I'll see you guys over there. Y'all be safe. Y'all be good. Remember, if you do sign up to Apex, use promo code BT, Beginner Trading, if you want the max discount. That's the code you want to use, BT, Beginner Trading. Help support your boy in free trading content. And I love you all. Y'all be safe. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys over at the crypto show. Y'all have a great one, man. Yeah, I'm in Oracle right now. You love to see it.